Chapter 2950. Of course, only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen at the king grade and above can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. There are also many formation grandmasters who are skilled in setting up spirit arrays who can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. However, these formation grandmasters are not ordinary people. At the very least, there aren't any in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion might not have such formation grandmasters. After listening to Huang Jiolong's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin realized how precious these communication celestial talismans were. My lord, these communication celestial talismans can be used to save lives. You should keep them for yourself. Liu Guanglin's hands trembled as he took out 3 communication celestial talismans from his spatial ring and returned them to Duan Lingtian. These 3 communication celestial talismans were given to him by Duan Lingtian. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian had given Liu Guanglin 3 communication celestial talismans as well as his soul imprint. This was to make it easier for Liu Guanglin to contact Duan Lingtian in case of emergency. The soul imprint was extracted from the soul pearl. When Duan Lingtian gave Liu Guanglin the 3 communication celestial talismans, he also gave Liu Guanglin his soul pearl. Since the soul pearl was imprinted with his soul imprint, it could be used to communicate at any time. Although there was a cost, it was minimal. Moreover, if the soul imprint was gone, it could be replenished. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans and a soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. It was the soul pearl of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The soul pearl of the supporting Fall Nation's Emperor could directly determine whether he was dead or alive. However, the reason he gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian was not to let Duan Lingtian know whether he was dead or alive. Instead, he wanted Duan Lingtian to send him a message through the soul imprint on the soul pearl. In the eyes of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian was someone who could bring him many benefits. Therefore, it was necessary for him to protect Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he had to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety before the Duan Lingtian obtained all sorts of benefits for him. Of the 10 immortal message talismans, the Duan Lingtian gave Liu Guanglin 3. Liu Guanglin had taken into consideration that Duan Lingtian did not know the value of this immortal message talisman, and therefore wanted to return it to Duan Lingtian. Keep it for yourself. I still have 6. Duan Lingtian did not take the immortal message talisman from Liu Guanglin. Instead, he asked Liu Guanglin to keep it. At the same time, he looked at Huang Jiolong and said, "Young master, brother Duan, please don't call me young master in the future. Just call me Jiolong." Huang Jiolong interrupted Duan Lingtian with a hint of hope in his eyes as he said, "Unless, brother Duan, you don't see me as a friend yet." Duan Lingtian changed the way he addressed Huang Jiolong when he saw the hope in Huang Jiolong's eyes. Then, he said without beating around the bush, "Since you've received my immortal message talisman, I'm sure you know why I'm looking for you. Do you have any news about the golden nematode?" He had sent the immortal message talisman to ask Huang Jiolong if he knew where to find the golden nematode. Golden nematode? Huang Jiolong raised an eyebrow. "I don't think this herb is very useful. I only know that it can be used as the main ingredient of the profound golden pill. It's also a necessary ingredient to refine the profound golden pill." Although Huang Jiolong knew this, he did not think about the profound golden pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill would be useless to Duan Lingtian. The profound golden pill could help a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It could also help an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestia. However, the profound golden pill was useless to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "I'm looking for the golden nematode because of the profound golden pill." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He did not hide this from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, let alone Huang Jialong profound golden pill. Huang Jialong frowned. Brother Duan, why do you want the profound golden pill? It seems like the profound golden pill is useless to you and Guanglin, right? As Huang Jialong spoke, he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Liu Guanglin, then back to Duan Lingtian. It's useless to Guanglin, but it's useful to me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his cultivation base surged out of his soul and penetrated the profound divine metal's protection before it appeared in front of Huang Jialong. This, Huang Jialong was dumbfounded when he sensed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He was still in a daze for a long time. At that very moment, Huang Jialong was dumbstruck. His heart was in a state of turmoil. Heavens! Duan Lingtian was only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was defeated by a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial during the Southern Heaven combat. Brother Duan, after a long while, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. Now, you should know how useful the profound golden pill is to me, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong nodded as a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you're only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Brother Duan. With your strength, if you break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, you'll be one of the strongest among the 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later. Huang Jialong could not help but sigh. 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He knew the supporting Fall Nation would send 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after the 3 sects and 2 clans opened the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later. However, he did not expect 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials would enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, based on the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who would enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later, it was clear the 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were extremely powerful. Yes, 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. I suspect there will be more than 15,000 of them. Huang Jialong said. The supporting Fall Nation is only a small nation in the profound Nethermansions territory. There are thousands of small nations like the supporting Fall Nation in the profound Nethermansions territory. The profound Nethermansions territory encompasses more than 1,000 small nations. It's also known as the Thousand Nations land. This time, there are at least 10,000 people from the Thousand Nations territory who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Including the disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as well as those from the 8th grade sects and clans, there are at least 15,000 people who have entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. As it turned out, the profound Nethermansion was so huge. The supporting Fall Nation was only one of the many small nations in the profound Nethermansions territory. Does this mean the people who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later will be the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nethermansions territory? Liu Guanglin was stunned as well. He did not expect so many people to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will open in 6 months. All the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nethermansions district will try their best to obtain a spot to enter the lower realm. As long as the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nethermansions territory are strong enough, they'll be able to obtain a spot in any nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Take the Southern Heaven combat held by the supporting Fall Nation as an example. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials are eligible to participate. There's no restriction on non-citizens of the supporting Fall Nation. This is because the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation wants 9 of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials he can find to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who come out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive will be eligible to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans will also rank the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who come out alive. The higher the rank of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the more benefits the overarching heavenly supreme celestial will bring to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For example, Brother Duan, if you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, you'll receive better rewards. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, as for the rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as long as they're mediocre or above, they're all things that ordinary celestial kings can only dream of obtaining. Even the mediocre rewards are king-grade celestial weapons, king-grade pills, and precious materials. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation valued him so much. Brother Duan, did you look for the emperor? If he knows you're only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll definitely do his best to help you obtain the profound spirit flower and the golden thread grass so you can become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestia. Huang Jialong reminded Duan Lingtian. Yes, I did. I obtained the profound spirit flower from him. Moreover, he also said he'll help me search for the golden thread grass. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, all you have to do is wait for the news. The supporting Fall Nations intelligence network is one of the best in the 1,000 nations. Huang Jialong said, I'm sure you'll find the golden thread grass in less than 2 weeks. Chapter 2951. In fact, it was just as Huang Jialong had said. About 10 days later, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent someone to look for Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, we've found a clue about the golden nematode. Oh! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the person and asked urgently, where can I find the golden nematode? The imperial family of the solitary nation, which is adjacent to the supporting Fall Nation, has the golden nematode. The person did not beat around the bush when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. He said bluntly, the solitary nation's imperial family has 2 golden nematodes. When His Majesty found out the imperial family of the solitary nation had the golden nematodes, he immediately asked for them even if he had to pay a high price. His Majesty contacted the emperor of the solitary nation through a communication celestial talisman. However, he was rejected. The person sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. He was disappointed. Although he had found a clue about the golden nematode, it seemed like there was no way he could get his hands on the golden nematode. However, the person's next words made Duan Lingtian's eyes light up. It seemed like there was still a chance for Duan Lingtian to turn the situation around. However, there's a reason why the emperor of the solitary nation rejected His Majesty's request. This is because a few days ago, the emperors of the other 2 nations had contacted the emperor of the solitary nation via immortal message talismans. All of them expressed their interest in buying the 2 golden nematodes from the royal family of the solitary nation. Initially, the emperor of the solitary nation wanted to give one of the golden nematodes to each of them, but they rejected his offer. They wanted to keep the 2 golden nematodes for themselves. Since the emperor of the solitary nation didn't want to offend either of the 2 nations, he decided to hold a royal auction 2 months later to auction off the 2 golden nematodes. It said that the emperors of the other 2 nations would send people to the capital of the solitary nation to participate in the royal auction. The person paused for a moment before he continued, therefore, His Majesty has decided to send Governor Huang of Passage City to the solitary nation's capital to participate in the auction held by the solitary nation's royal family in 2 months to bid for the golden nematode. For this reason, His Majesty asked me to inform you that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will do our best to obtain the golden nematode during the solitary nation's imperial auction 2 months later. The person finished speaking in one breath. Solitary nation? Royal auction? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he murmured, then the emperors of the other 2 countries want the golden nematode. Could it be that they also want the profound gold pill? Although Duan Lingtian had intentionally lowered his voice, the person still heard him clearly. Young Master Duan, the emperors of the other 2 nations are after the profound gold pill. It's said that the 7th prince, whom the emperor of the Moran nation dotes on the most, has mastered all sorts of duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, if he manages to obtain the profound gold pill before entering the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll be able to shine in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. As for the emperor of the East Ming nation, it's said that he wants the profound gold pill for a genius sectless cultivator. Although the genius sectless cultivator is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he has mastered the power of the law and defeated all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. Under such circumstances, the emperor of the East Ming nation wants to give the profound gold pill to the genius sectless cultivator. Even if the genius sectless cultivator takes the profound gold pill and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the future, with his outstanding performance, he'll definitely be ranked as one of the top prodigies in the southern heaven ancient realm. If such a genius were to join any one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, that sect or clan would definitely not be stingy to the East Ming nation, which had discovered him. The person paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is similar to you, young Master Duan. Young Master Duan, you're also a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but you're stronger than all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. If you're a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the supporting Fall nation, that sectless cultivator is also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the East Ming nation." The person continued to speak. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial has mastered the power of the law. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the person's words. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant that the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial had a king-grade celestial method or divine ability for him to comprehend and master the power of the law. For this reason, the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial was able to defeat all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation. At some point, Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Huang Jiolong so easily was due to the remaining power of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. If Duan Lingtian were to fight Huang Jiolong again, he was certain he would not be a match for Huang Jiolong even if he used all his techniques. Although both of them possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and had similar attainments in celestial methods and divine abilities, the gap between their cultivation bases was insurmountable. Moreover, the genius sectless cultivator is not even 100 years old. What shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong the most was the shocking news that the person revealed. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the power of the law. How monstrous was this person? In the East Ming nation, many people are saying that the genius sectless cultivator is a reincarnated cultivator who was extremely powerful in his past life. However, this has not been confirmed, and it is more of a guess of others. After the person finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong. When he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly stopped and turned around. "Young Master Duan, His Majesty said that if you're interested in participating in the imperial auction in 2 months, you can go with City Governor Huang. Just inform young City Lord Huang Jialong in advance." After the person finished speaking, he walked away and disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was still on the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Since the genius sectless cultivator was not even 100 years old, he must be someone who had a fortuitous encounter if he was not a reincarnated cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have achieved so much at such a young age. Guanglin, what do you think about the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Liu Guanglin. "My lord." Liu Guanglin's expression was solemn as he said, "The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is able to comprehend the power of the law even though he's not even 100 years old. He's either a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter or he's a reincarnated cultivator. Although reincarnated cultivators have to recultivate their cultivation base from scratch, due to the fact that they have memories of their past lives, It's equivalent to directly inheriting the celestial methods, divine abilities, and the laws they comprehended in their past lives. Liu Guanglin said. However, although there's no lack of people who reincarnate in the Devata realms, there are very few of them. First of all, not many people are willing to give up everything they have to reincarnate. Secondly, it's very risky to reincarnate as a celestial. It can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Liu Guanglin spoke frankly and confidently, expressing his own opinion. Therefore, I'm more inclined to think that he's the kind of person who has great luck and obtained an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. That's why he has today. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. In fact, he agreed with Liu Guanglin. I wonder if I'll be able to comprehend the power of the law before I'm 100 years old if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. If you obtain a fire attribute king-grade celestial method or divine ability, with the help of the chaos divine flame, it'll be easy for you to comprehend the law of fire. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time resonated from the place where his soul was located. The profound divine metal. Just as Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, that voice continued to sound, and it contained a sense of urgency. Boy, the chaos divine flame left me a message saying you obtained a first form profound divine metal. Quick! Take it out and give it to me. The owner of the voice was none other than the second form profound divine metal that had been guarding Duan Lingtian's soul. Based on the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame had left him a message about the first form profound divine metal before it fell into a deep slumber. Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the profound divine metal's voice. He casually took the first form profound divine metal out of his spatial ring. As soon as the stone was in his hand, he could clearly feel a golden energy coming out of the profound divine metal from the side of his soul and enveloping his hand. To be more precise, it shrouded the stone in his hand. The stone began to tremble violently. Heh! You're not even sentient, and yet, you want to resist. Little guy, be a good boy and become a part of my body. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's voice again, he saw the stone in his hand being melted by the golden energy and becoming a part of the golden energy. The golden energy returned as quickly as it had appeared. Moreover, it seemed to be stronger when it returned. Duan Lingtian knew this meant the first form profound divine metal had been devoured by the second form profound divine metal. My lord, this is. Chapter 2952. My lord, this is. In Liu Guanglin's eyes, a golden energy suddenly extended from Duan Lingtian's body and shrouded his hand. Then, a stone appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand and melted, becoming part of the golden energy. Finally, the golden energy became stronger after it assimilated the stone and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. He had no idea what was going on. This was his first time seeing something like this. However, even though he did not know what was going on, and even though it was his first time seeing such a scene, he could clearly sense that it was not as simple as it seemed. I don't know. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Duan Lingtian replied to Liu Guanglin. Then, he shifted his attention to the profound divine metal in his body. Duan Lingtian could see the damaged metal piece, the profound divine metal, in his soul's spiritual sea was quickly replenished by the golden energy that had extended out of the profound divine metal. However, it was only a small part of the profound divine metal. The profound divine metal was still incomplete, but it was not as badly damaged as before. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Liu Guanglin did not think much of it. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have his reasons for saying so. Liu Guanglin watched Duan Lingtian doing nothing for a long time. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was doing, but he continued to watch over him patiently. Boy, you've done well. If you can find another piece of first form profound divine metal, I'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's soul. It was not stingy with its praise for Duan Lingtian. If I transform into a third form profound divine metal, I'll be able to help you comprehend the law of metal in the future when you comprehend celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade. Apart from that, I'll be able to protect your soul in my third form and merge with your celestial weapon to increase its power when you're facing an enemy. Alright, I'll go back to sleep now that I've said so much. All the best, boy. Help me transform into a third form profound divine metal as soon as possible, and I won't mistreat you. The profound divine metal's voice trailed off at this moment. Duan Ling Tian had a lot of questions to ask, but he did not know where to vent them. Profound divine metal, however, based on the profound divine metal's words, it seemed like it would be able to merge with a celestial weapon to increase its power after transforming into a third form celestial weapon. What are the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame? I only know that they're two of the 5 divine elements. Divine metal. Divine metals divine metal. Divine metals first form divine metals first forms divine is celestials divine fire divine SSSSSSS. The chaos divine metals SSSS can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Apart from that, the chaos divine fire is different from ordinary celestial fires. Ordinary celestial fires are divided into 2 types. One is suitable for forging weapons while the other is suitable for refining pills. As for the primal chaos divine flame, it can be used to refine weapons and pills. The profound divine metal and the chaos divine flames can help me comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal. What about the profound divine metal and chaos divine flames and is there a greater use for it? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about the chaos divine metal and the chaos divine flames and, naturally, he knew he would have to find other chaos divine flames and profound divine metals for them to devour and assimilate. The imperial family of the Solitary Nation will be holding an auction in the capital of the Solitary Nation in 2 months. I'll go look for Jiao Long and pay a visit to his father, the city governor of Passage City. After bidding farewell to Liu Guanglin, Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace with Liu Guanglin and made their way to the city governor's estate's branch in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation. The Supporting Fall Nation was a nation. There were 36 cities like Passage City under the Supporting Fall Nation. In the Supporting Fall Nation's territory, the 36 city governors were equivalent to a marquis. Of course, there were differences between the 36 cities and the 36 city lords. For example, among the 36 cities in the Supporting Fall Nation, Passage City was ranked in the top 3 in terms of resources and population in the Supporting Fall Nation. Needless to say, the city governor of Passage City was the strongest powerhouse below the Celestial King realm in the Supporting Fall Nation. He was also the most trusted right-hand man of the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation. During his time as the city governor of Passage City, the city's development could be said to be at its peak. In the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation, each of the 36 city governors had a branch in Passage City. After the Southern Heaven combat, since Huang Yuanfei's 2 sons had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in 6 months, and there was nothing important in Passage City, Huang Yuanfei decided to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the time being. He would only return to Passage City after his sons left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. During this time, he would stay in the city governor's estate to guide his sons in their cultivation. Although the Passage City's branch in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it was still huge. The entrance was grand, and it felt as though one was standing in front of a small Imperial Palace. Young Master Duan, our young city governor has instructed us to bring you to him directly without informing him of your arrival. When Duan Ling Tian and Liu Guanglin arrived at the entrance of the city governor's estate's branch in Passage City, one of the guards gestured for them to enter as soon as they arrived. After Duan Ling Tian led Liu Guanglin through the entrance, the guard quickly caught up with them and led the way. After entering the entrance, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Although the city governor's estate in Passage City was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it had everything that the Imperial Palace had. Although it was small, it had everything. This was what Duan Lingtian felt when he entered the estate. Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor in the middle of the garden that he had meticulously repaired and stepped on the limestone tiles. He felt as if he was surrounded by 100 flowers as he felt the fragrance that assaulted his nose. Apart from that, he could also hear the rhythmic sound of running water. Although he was far away, he could still hear the sound of running water. "Brother Duan, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door first." After the guard announced their departure, Huang Jialong stepped out of the entrance and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he invited Liu Guanglin and Duan Lingtian into the estate. "You're going to look for me?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he walked into the estate. "I'm sure you're here for the same thing. The golden nematodes, right?" Huang Jialong asked with a smile as he sat down at a stone table in the middle of the estate after he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit down. "You know about it?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Did City Governor Huang tell you about it?" "Yes." Huang Jialong nodded. "My father told me that His Majesty has asked him to participate in the imperial auction of the solitary nation in 2 months. He said he must obtain the 2 golden nematodes that are going to be auctioned off by the imperial family of the solitary nation. After father received His Majesty's message, he told me to ask you if you intend to go to the capital of the solitary nation with him to attend the auction organized by the solitary nation's royal family. What do you think? Brother Duan, do you want to go and have a look? If you want to go, I'll go as well." Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Huang Jialong added, "Naturally, I'm not interested in going if you don't want to go." "I'll go," Duan Lingtian replied. Of course, he would go. 2 months later, the solitary nation's royal family would hold an auction for the golden nematode. Even if the city lord of Passage City managed to obtain the golden nematode, it would still take some time for him to return from the solitary nation and obtain the golden nematode. If Duan Lingtian went, he would be able to refine the profound golden pill and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the profound golden pill in the solitary nation. "Then, I'll go as well." Huang Jialong's interest was piqued when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Jialong after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong and asked, "Is City Governor Huang in?" Since Duan Lingtian was already there, he decided to meet Huang Jialong out of courtesy. It did not matter if it was due to his friendship with Huang Jialong or his status as the city governor of Passage City. "Brother Duan, what a coincidence. Just an hour ago, my father told me that he'll be going to the imperial auction of the solitary nation in 1.5 months' time. After that, he left the capital and returned to Passage City." Huang Jialong shook his head and said, "When he returns, it'll be the time for us to depart. In that case, we'll have to meet City Governor Huang when we depart for the solitary nation." Duan Lingtian nodded. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace. In the next 1.5 months, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he focused on alchemy to improve his alchemy techniques. Although his cultivation base had improved, his foundation was still unstable after consuming the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even after consuming the profound golden pill, his cultivation base was still in the same state. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time cultivating. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he would wait until he had consumed the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1.5 months later, Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin flew in the sky above the northern gate of the supporting Four Nations capital. In just a blink of an eye, they were near the people standing in the distance. Brother Duan. Chapter 2953. A few days ago, Huang Jialong had looked for Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian that they would depart at this time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the northern gate of the supporting Four Nations capital on time. Brother Duan, I'll bring you to see my father. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong turned around and led the way for Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin to meet the 3 people in the distance. One of the 3 people was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. However, it was his first time meeting the other 2 people. One of them was an old man in a black robe. He had a head of grey hair, a thin body, and a bony face. He gave people the feeling that he was just skin and bones. He emitted a cold aura as he stood there. The other person was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. He had a square face, short hair, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He had an awe-inspiring aura. The middle-aged man stood there like an iron tower, but also like an angry Vajra. Compared to the black-robed old man, the white-robed middle-aged man was the other extreme. "Father, this is Brother Duan. You've met him before." When Huang Jialong arrived in front of Huang Yuanfei, he brought Duan Lingtian in front of him and greeted Huang Yuanfei. Huang Yuanfei's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. "Little brother Duan, we meet again." Huang Yuanfei greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. He did not put on the airs of the city governor of Passage City or an elder. His attitude was as if he was talking to someone of equal status. This made Duan Lingtian feel comfortable. "City Governor Huang, Jialong and I are friends. You can just call me Lingtian," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Ha ha. All right. However, calling you Lingtian sounds distant, so I'll just call you Little Tian. Considering your age, I'm not taking advantage of you by calling you that." Huang Yuanfei laughed. His words had unknowingly closed the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. "Little Tian, this is Elder Mo. He's my foster father and also my father's sworn brother. This is Bai Gang, my brother. You can call him Uncle Bai." Huang Yuanfei introduced the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man. Their gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had been completely seen through, as if he had nowhere to hide in front of these two people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense that something was amiss between these two people, but he could not put his finger on it. "Elder Mo, Uncle Bai." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted the two of them. "Not bad, not bad. No wonder Jialong said you're impressive. You're able to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100, and you're even stronger than him. You're not simple at all," Bai Gang said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was a cheerful person. As for the black-robed old man, he merely nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. His gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he was completely unperturbed. "Hee. Little brat Lingtian, this old man Mo's temper is just like that. He's very boring, just ignore him," Bai Gang said with a smile, trying to diffuse the awkwardness between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed old man. "Elder Mo, everyone's here. Let's go." At the same time, Huang Yuanfei looked at the black-robed old man. "All right." The black-robed old man nodded in response. As soon as he nodded, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he sped away. Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, deafening to the ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was caught by the black-robed old man who had sped into the distance. The old man's black robe fluttered as a vast aura swept out. At the same time, a dazzling black light shone from the old man's body like ink. Swoosh! In the next moment, as the enchanting black light expanded, the ink scattered in all directions, and a colossal figure appeared in the void where the old man was. This was a bird that was as black as ink. It floated in the air like an island in the sky. The feathers on its body were all black and shiny. They looked very tough, like feather blades forged from black iron. Looking from afar, this bird was actually a black eagle. What was different from ordinary eagles was that its body was very large, like a small mountain. In addition, the claws of this huge black eagle flickered with a cold luster. At first glance, it did not seem to be any weaker than an immortal weapon. The huge eagle flew in the sky, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Immortal beast. Elder Mo, is an immortal beast that transformed into a human? When Duan Lingtian came to a realization, he was slightly surprised. At the same time, he finally understood why he felt that Elder Mo was a little unusual. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Bai Gang. Bai Gang gave him the same feeling as Elder Mo low-level king rank immortal beast, green-eyed black eagle. When Liu Guanglin saw Elder Mo's true form, he was stunned for a moment before he could not help but exclaim. Liu Guanglin's exclamation immediately caused Elder Mo, who had transformed into his true form, to turn his head slightly. A pair of green eyes stared at Liu Guanglin. "You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my true form." It was rare for Elder Mo to be so talkative. Even when Duan Lingtian greeted him, he did not say anything. Low-level king rank immortal beast. Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the green-eyed black eagle, he had read about low-level king rank immortal beasts in some memory celestial talismans. After reaching adulthood, a low-level king rank immortal beast would become a 1 basic celestial king. If they were talented, they could even become a 2-form celestial king or 3-talent celestial king. After becoming a celestial king, if they encountered a fortuitous encounter, their strength would increase as well. If they did not encounter a fortuitous encounter, they could only become 3-talent celestial kings at most. Elder Mo's cultivation base. It seems like he's a 1 basic celestial king. Since Duan Lingtian had temporarily possessed strength comparable to ordinary celestial lords and celestial kings with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had a certain understanding of the auras of celestial kings. I can't believe Huang Yuan Fei isn't the strongest person in Passage City. There's actually a 1 basic celestial king above him. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue inwardly. Little Tian, let's get on Elder Mo's back. Elder Mo will lead the way to the solitary nation. At this moment, Huang Yuan Fei stepped into the air and landed on Elder Mo's back. Then, he turned to call out to Duan Lingtian. Huang Jiolong followed behind Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Duan, with Elder Mo's speed, we'll arrive at the capital of the solitary nation in 10 days at most." 10 days. It seems like the supporting Fall Nation is still quite a distance away from the capital of the solitary nation. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although 10 days was not a long time, a 1 basic celestial king was a 1 basic celestial king. However, the person who brought them there was a 1 basic celestial king. Moreover, it was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast. After all, bird-type celestial beasts were known for their speed. After all, we're traveling across borders. It's normal for there to be some distance. Huang Jiolong smiled. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian, Huang Jiolong, and Liu Guanglin landed on Elder Mo's back after Huang Yuan Fei and Bai Gang. When he descended onto the back of Old Mo's main body, Duan Lingtian only felt that his feet landed steadily as if he was walking on flat ground, and there wasn't the slightest bit of bumpiness. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that Duan Lingtian steadied himself, Elder Mo flapped his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky and shot out like a sharp arrow. At this moment, a translucent black light suddenly rose from Elder Mo's body and transformed into a light shield that shrouded the group on his back. The translucent light barrier that was formed by the black light completely blocked the incoming astral wind as Old Mo swiftly flew forward. That's fast. Duan Lingtian looked to his left and right. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. The speed of a 1 basic celestial king was so fast that he could not even see his surroundings with his naked eye. For a time, he could only look away. "Jiolong, is uncle by a celestial beast as well?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jiolong. "Her? How did you know?" Huang Jiolong was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Based on Duan Lingtian's question, it was clear he had only guessed that Bai Gang was a celestial beast. However, even though it was just a guess, Huang Jiolong was still shocked. "It's true." Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. At the same time, he was puzzled as to why he was able to sense the aura of a celestial beast in human form. In the Devata realms, if one's strength was stronger than a celestial beast in human form, it would be easy for one to tell the other was a celestial beast. However, if one's strength was weaker than a celestial beast in human form, one would not be able to tell the other was a celestial beast. "Yes," Huang Jiolong replied. "Brother Duan, how? How did you know?" Huang Jiolong asked curiously. "I think so." Huang Jiolong was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's next words. However, what Duan Lingtian said next rendered him speechless. Intuition. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. Intuition. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the feeling he had earlier was no different from intuition. Humph. When Duan Lingtian said it was intuition, the profound divine metal's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Kid, that's not your intuition. It's because the aura on my body is constantly affecting your soul, causing your soul to have a sharper perception. Duan Lingtian nodded. Aren't you in a deep sleep? Why are you awake? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. I sensed the little black eagle's aura and was afraid it would eat you. However, it seems like it's an enemy and not a friend. Chapter 2954. Little Black Eagle. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, had become a little black eagle in the profound divine metal's eyes. Senior, you don't have to worry. If he really does something to me, you'll just have a new host. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to accept you, Senior. Duan Lingtian said to the profound divine metal. In his opinion, even if he was killed by the green-eyed black eagle, the profound divine metal could still make the green-eyed black eagle its new host. Furthermore, his strength is much stronger than the current me. Duan Lingtian continued to say. You said the little black eagle is only stronger than you. If I'm not mistaken, he'll only be a one basic celestial king at most. His celestial beast bloodline is ordinary. The profound divine metal snorted. Naturally, with my guidance, it's not impossible for him to progress further. However, due to his bloodline, it'll be difficult. It'll be even more difficult for him to become a celestial lord. As for becoming a celestial emperor, unless he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, he won't be able to become a celestial emperor. The profound divine metal continued to say. You, on the other hand, are different. With your innate talent, you're considered one of the best among humans. If you have a fortuitous encounter, you'll definitely soar to the top. The difference between your innate talent and the little black eagle's innate talent is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if it kills you, I can only temporarily live in its body and let it be my temporary host while I wait for the next host. It's not worthy of being my host. The profound divine metal's words revealed its disdain for the green-eyed black feather eagle's innate talent. It was clear that it looked down on the green-eyed black feather eagle. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black feather eagle was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast, yet it was so weak in the eyes of the profound divine metal. On the other hand, although this little tiger's bloodline is ordinary, because it has a trace of the divine beast white tiger's bloodline, its potential is stronger than this little black eagle's. As long as he's given enough time, breaking through to become a two-form celestial king wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he might even have a chance to become a three-talent celestial king. As for how far it can go, that will depend on its luck. Otherwise, it will stop at the three-talent celestial king realm. The profound divine metal said. Little tiger. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the profound divine gold's words. Then, he realized the profound divine gold was referring to the white-clad middle-aged man, by Gang. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Not only is your innate talent monstrous, even your intuition is so accurate. At the same time, Huang Jiolong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. That's right. Uncle Bai is also a celestial beast. Moreover, he's a peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Elder Mo said Uncle Bai will become a three-talent celestial king in the future. Huang Jiolong's words matched the profound divine metal's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the profound divine metal was. Senior, you and the Chaos Divine Flame are two of the 5 divine elements. Who are the other 3? Duan Lingtian wanted to ask the profound divine metal some questions, but he did not receive any response. The profound divine metal did not respond no matter how many times he called out to it. It fell asleep again. Duan Lingtian's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, why do I feel like the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame are more like pigs instead of the 5 divine elements? They're so good at sleeping. A peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Jiolong, what kind of celestial beast is Uncle Bai? Duan Lingtian asked curiously through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jiolong. Uncle Bai is a copper flying tiger, Huang Jiolong replied. Huang Jiolong replied telepathically, according to Uncle Bai, a copper-patterned flying tiger like him can only be considered the weakest in the flying tiger clan. Above the copper flying tiger is the silver flying tiger. It's a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, it's possible for it to become a 6-combo celestial king in the future. Above the silver flying tiger is the golden flying tiger. It's a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Without a fortuitous encounter, a golden flying tiger will remain a 9 palaces celestial king for the rest of its life. It's difficult for it to become a 10 directions celestial king, let alone a celestial lord. In the flying tiger clan, only the dark golden flying tiger has the potential to break through and become a celestial lord. However, it's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Huang Jiolong said. The dark golden flying tiger? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes, the dark golden flying tiger. Huang Jiolong nodded. I heard from Uncle Bai that the dark golden flying tiger has the highest innate talent in the flying tiger clan. It's considered the royal bloodline of the flying tiger clan. If there's no accident, a dark golden flying tiger will be able to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. Naturally, they'll only become a 1 basic celestial lord. If they want to become a celestial lord or a titled celestial lord, they'll need a lot of fortuitous encounters. Huang Jiolong continued to say. Based on your words, the dark golden flying tiger is most likely a peak king-grade celestial beast. Based on my knowledge, most peak king-grade celestial beasts stop at becoming a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Huang Jiolong nodded. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the green-eyed black feather eagle to Bai Gang, who was standing next to Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He knew Bai Gang was a peak king-grade celestial beast, a copper flying tiger. Jiolong Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Huang Jiolong. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, right? Old Mo, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory as well, right? Based on his knowledge, most intelligent celestial beasts lived in Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Phoenix Nest Heaven, the Coiling Dragon Heaven, and the White Tiger Heaven. In these Devata realms, more than 80% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts while the rest were humans. Among the 81 Devata realms, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was the only Devata realm where more than 99% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts. This was because if non-celestial beasts were discovered in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they would be attacked. It was not impossible for non-celestial beasts to stay in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven as long as one was strong enough to deal with all the celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As for the other Devata realms where celestial beasts lived, they were not as extreme. The celestial beasts there could coexist peacefully with humans and other living beings. Naturally, the celestial beasts in the Devata realms were very united. If humans or other living beings tried to kill the celestial beasts would join forces and attack them. Celestial beasts, especially powerful celestial beasts, were valuable materials. Some could be used to refine pills, some could be used to forge weapons, and some could be used to set up formations. Under such circumstances, if a celestial beast was not strong enough to protect itself, it was destined to become meat on a chopping board. For example, the wings of the green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, under Duan Lingtian's feet, could be used as the main material to forge a duke-grade celestial weapon. If the wings were removed and melted by a king-grade celestial weapon craftsman, it could be forged into a few king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the wings were the least valuable part of the green-eyed black eagle. The green-eyed black eagle had many treasures that were coveted by powerful celestial kings. If one did not have a powerful backer, one would definitely be hunted down by powerful celestial kings if one appeared in public. However, Old Mo and Bai Gang had appeared in the supporting Fall Nation openly. Moreover, it seemed like they had been in the supporting Fall Nation for many years. Duan Lingtian did not believe they would reveal themselves so easily if they did not have a powerful backer. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that both Old Mo and Bai Gang had clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also because they were afraid of the celestial beast clans that no powerful celestial beasts dared to attack them. Of course, Huang Jiolong was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's deduction. In his opinion, it was common knowledge that celestial beasts who dared to appear in public in the Devata realms ruled by humans had clans to rely on. In the Southern Heaven Territory, the Flying Tiger clan is one of the largest clans among celestial beasts. According to Uncle Bai, there are at least 10 dark golden flying tigers in the main clan of the Flying Tiger clan. There are many branch clans under the main clan. In the profound Nether Mansions district, there's a branch of the Flying Tiger clan. Uncle Bai is from there. Although the branch of the Flying Tiger clan doesn't have a dark golden flying tiger, there are at least 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers are 10 directions celestial kings. It's also because of this branch of the Flying Tiger clan backing Uncle Bai that he dares to swagger around the streets. King-grade celestial beasts have the ability to leave a soul imprint on the body of their murderer the moment they're killed. Even celestial lords won't be able to remove the soul imprint from their bodies without a period of time. In other words, if Uncle White was killed outside, the murderer would also leave a soul imprint on him, and the clan behind Uncle White would be able to find the murderer through the soul imprint Uncle White left on the murderer and avenge Uncle White. In the Devata realms ruled by humans, due to the low number of celestial beasts, the celestial beasts are very united. Chapter 2955. As for the celestial beast clan that Old Mo belongs to, it's not simple as well. The celestial beast clan behind Old Mo is the Black Feather Eagle clan. The Ink Feather Eagle clan is the same as the Flying Tiger clan. The clansmen are divided into many levels based on their talent. Elder Mo is the green-eyed Dark Feather Eagle of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. The Dark Feather Eagle clan also has the red-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, the orange-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, and the yellow-eyed Dark Feather Eagle that are weaker than Elder Mo. The celestial beasts with higher innate talents than Old Mo include the green-eyed Black Feather Eagle, the blue-eyed Black Feather Eagle, and the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle. They're mediocre, advanced, and top king-grade celestial beasts respectively. As for the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagles, their status in the Dark Feather Eagle clan is equivalent to the status of the Dark Gold Flying Tiger clan in the Flying Tiger clan. They are the royal family of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. However, due to the fact that the purple-eyed Dark Eagle is only a peak king-grade immortal beast while the Dark Golden Flying Tiger is a peak king-grade immortal beast, the purple-eyed Dark Eagle's potential is far inferior to the Dark Golden Flying Tigers. It's rare for a purple-eyed Dark Eagle to produce an immortal emperor. At the very least, the current patriarch of the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle clan is only a 10 directions celestial king in the Southern Heaven Territory. It's too difficult for an ordinary top king-grade celestial beast to break through and become a celestial lord. Currently, there's only one purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle in the Southern Heaven Territory who has successfully broken through and become a celestial lord. Naturally, the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle isn't part of the Black Feather Eagle clan. The reason the Black Feather Eagle clan is able to thrive in the Southern Heaven Territory without a celestial lord is mostly because of the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle. Huang Jiolong paused for a moment after he finished speaking. The Black Feather Eagle clan is able to thrive in the Southern Heaven Territory because of a purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle who's not a celestial lord. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. In his opinion, it was impossible. How could the Dark Feather Eagle clan prosper in the Southern Heaven Territory when a mere immortal emperor purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle was not even part of their clan? How did the Ink Feather Eagle clan do it? Could it be that the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle had a heaven-defying encounter that allowed it to become one of the strongest celestial emperors? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility. No. However, Huang Jiolong refuted Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The purple-eyed Dark Eagle is only an ordinary one basic celestial lord. With its strength, it's not enough to protect the Dark Eagle clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Why is that? Duan Lingtian felt that there must be some other reason behind this. It's because the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle is the mount of the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Huang Jiolong enunciated each word clearly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As soon as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though a heavy bomb had been dropped on him. It took him a long time to regain his senses. The one basic celestial lord, purple-eyed dark eagle, was the mount of the southern heaven celestial lord. Who was the southern heaven celestial lord? He was the ruler of the southern heaven territory. He was the only titled celestial lord in the southern heaven territory. In the southern heaven territory, he only needed to give an order to turn the place into a river of blood and millions of corpses. Even if a celestial lord was guarding the place, they would not be able to withstand his order. No wonder, after a while, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. If the purple-eyed dark eagle is the mount of the southern heaven celestial lord, no one in the dark feather eagle clan would dare to make a move against the purple-eyed dark eagle clan. In fact, even if the flying tiger clan is stronger than the dark feather eagle clan, no one would dare to make a move on the dark feather eagle clan. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. That's right. Huang Jiolong nodded. Duan Lingtian finally understood that both Bai Gang and Old Mo had powerful clans of celestial beasts backing them up. It was also because of this that even those powerful people had to consider the Flying Tiger clan and the Dark Feather Eagle clan behind them if they wanted to attack them. After chatting with Huang Jiolong for a while, Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed. He took out the prominent celestial cauldron and continued to refine pills. Brother Duan. You know how to refine pills? Huang Jiolong was stunned when Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed and took out the celestial cauldron. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Achem. At this moment, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Bai Gang, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Liu Guanglin had long known that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Therefore, he was not surprised. However, he could understand why Huang Jiolong and the others were surprised. After all, when he found out that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist and could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, as easily as drinking water, he was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Jiolong, Huang Yuanfei, Bai Gang, and Old Mo, Duan Lingtian took out a pile of herbs and began to refine pills. It only took him half an hour to heat up the cauldron. It did not take him long to refine pills. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Huang Jiolong, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang widened their eyes in shock when they saw the pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Overarching heaven pills? As for Old Mo, who was hurrying on his journey, his huge eyes were filled with disbelief as he involuntarily cried out involuntarily. This was the first time he had seen someone who could refine so many overarching heaven pills in such a short time. Even the supreme celestial alchemists he had met in the past could not refine overarching heaven pills at this rate. So many overarching heaven pills? This brat. His amazing. Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang regained their senses one after another. They exchanged a look and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Brother Duan. You're not planning to refine the profound golden pill yourself, right? Huang Jiolong gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's ability to refine overarching heaven pills, there might not even be a supreme celestial alchemist who could compare to him. Perhaps, only a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above would be able to refine overarching heaven pills as fast as him. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Huang Jiolong had guessed Duan Lingtian was planning to refine the profound golden pill himself, he was still shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian admit it. Huang Yuanfei's pupils constricted at this moment. Previously, when the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation told him that Duan Lingtian was able to contact a celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, he had thought Duan Lingtian had found a king-grade celestial alchemist to help him refine the profound golden pill. However, Duan Lingtian had just said he planned to refine the profound golden pill himself. After all, it was not easy to refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade or above were confident they could refine the profound golden pill. Brat. Do you really plan to refine the profound golden pill yourself? You're not joking. Bai Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You should know that the auction for the golden nematode in the solitary nation will cost a lot of celestial crystals. If the golden nematode is destroyed because of your failure, all the celestial crystals will go to waste." "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded again. Bai Gang was about to say something when Huang Yuanfei interjected. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently and asked, "Little Tian, how confident are you that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill?" "More than 90%. Duan Lingtian did not even blink when he said these words. Clearly, he was extremely confident. More than 90%. Bai Gang and Huang Jiolong were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Bai Gang, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. "Brat, you can't joke about this. Now is not the time to brag. Uncle Bai, I won't say things that I'm not confident about." Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Gang in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Good, very good. I'll wait and see." Bai Gang was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian's confident expression. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the one who had consumed the profound golden pill. If he failed to refine the pill, it would be Duan Lingtian's loss. "Little Tian, if you're really confident that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill, when we obtain the 2 golden nematodes, you can refine another profound golden pill for yourself. We'll let the people from the Moran nation and the East Ming nation bid for it and sell it to the highest bidder at a sky-high price," Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. Huang Yuanfei was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian successfully refining the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was a special prominent celestial pill. Even if it was successfully refined, only one pill could be refined in one cauldron. Even if an emperor-grade celestial alchemist refined the profound golden pill, only one pill could be refined. Huang Cheng, Duan Lingtian was about to address Huang Yuanfei as city governor Huang when he saw Huang Yuanfei's displeased expression. He quickly changed his words and said, "Uncle Huang, although 1 golden nematode is enough to refine a profound golden pill, I only have 1 profound spirit flower, and it was given to me by His Majesty." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Even if I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll need another profound spirit flower to refine another profound golden pill." The golden nematode and the profound spirit flower were the rarest ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. The other ingredients could be purchased at a reasonable price. "Of course, I've thought of that." Chapter 2956. 10 days later. A gigantic city that was comparable to the capital of the supporting Fall nation appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, this was also because Elder Mo had slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current eyesight, under the circumstances that Elder Mo didn't slow down, it would be utterly impossible for him to clearly see the surroundings. The capital of the solitary nation is right in front of us. The imperial auction will be held in 5 days. During this time, the imperial family of the solitary nation has arranged a place for us to stay in the imperial palace. Huang Yuanfei explained when he saw the city was getting closer and closer to them. After a short while, the group entered the city in front of them, which was the capital of the solitary nation. The capital of the solitary nation was similar to the capital of the supporting Fall nation. The capital was vast, and the roads in the capital extended in all directions. Before entering the city, Elder Mo had already retracted his original body and transformed back into his human form. The skinny old man in a black robe reappeared. Under Huang Yuanfei's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the continents of the supporting Fall nation and arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation. "I'm Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation. I'm here to participate in the imperial auction that will be held in 5 days." Huang Yuanfei did not hesitate to reveal his identity to the guards at the entrance of the imperial palace. Soon after, someone came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others. "City Governor Huang, it's really you. The last time we met was 10 years ago, right?" The person who came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others was a middle-aged man dressed in light silver armor. He was tall and sturdy, almost as tall as Bai Gang. Commander I'm flattered that you've personally come out to greet me. Huang Yuanfei cupped his hands together and greeted the middle-aged man. Elder Mo is here as well. When the person returned Huang Yuanfei's smile, he also saw Elder Mo standing behind Huang Yuanfei and hurriedly bowed respectfully. He knew Elder Mo was not only a powerful one basic celestial king, but Elder Mo was also a powerful one basic celestial king. He Feng, we fought to a draw 10 years ago. No matter what, we have to fight to our heart's content again. Bai Gang, who was standing beside Elder Mo, clearly recognized this person as he grinned and said. Based on how Bai Gang addressed this person, it was obvious that this person was called He Feng. Bai Gang, even though we fought to a draw back then, it was only an exchange of pointers and not a battle to the death. If it had been a battle to the death, I would have been no match for you in your true form. Hearing Bai Gang's words, He Feng looked at him and said with a wry smile. At least you know your limits. Now that 10 years have passed, I'm sure you've improved a lot. It's rare for me to come here, so you have to find some time to fight with me. As Bai Gang looked at He Feng, he rubbed his palms together. His fighting spirit was rising, and he could not control it. If you really want to fight, then after the royal auction, I'll let you fight outside the city. At that time, you don't have to hold back. Just transform into your true form and fight with me. Hearing Bai Gang's words and sensing Bai Gang's battle intent, He Feng's eyes flashed. Clearly, he was eager to give it a try. Ha. Good. It seems like you've improved a lot over the years. If it was 10 years ago, I'm sure you wouldn't have dared to ask me to transform into my true form and fight with you. Bai Gang laughed. He was not afraid of He Feng's domineering attitude at all. Instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. If both of you want to fight, wait until after the auction. Commander this is my fourth son, Huang Jiolong. You've met him before. Huang Yuanfei quickly changed the topic when he saw Bai Gang and He Feng were itching to fight. First, he looked at his son, Huang Jiolong, and then at Duan Lingtian. Then, he said, this is my son's good friend, Duan Lingtian. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent me here to bid for the golden nematode to help my son break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestia. Huang Yuanfei said. He Feng was about to greet Huang Jiolong when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He instinctively shifted his gaze away from Huang Jiolong and looked at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Why you re Duan Lingtian? He Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe as though he was trying to figure out what was so special about Duan Lingtian. Due to the supporting Fall Nation's neighboring nation, the Solitary Nation had also heard about the appearance of a genius from the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Huang Jiolong, the young master of the city governor of Passage City, with just one move. Others might not know about Huang Jiolong's innate talent and strength, but he knew. For this reason, he was shocked by the strength of the person who had defeated Huang Jiolong. He was even more shocked when he found out that the person who had defeated Huang Jiolong was a young man who was not even 100 years old. Wait a minute. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, He Feng looked at Huang Yuanfei and asked, City Governor Huang, why you said you're here to bid for the golden nematode to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? You mean he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? When He Feng's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was another genius who had comprehended the power of the law like the genius from the East Ming nation? A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had defeated Huang Jiolong, who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with just one move. In his opinion, unless one had comprehended the power of the law, it was impossible for one to achieve such a feat. He Feng, are you scared out of your wits? Bai Gang laughed heartily when he saw the expression on He Feng's face. I don't think there's such a freak among the 9 participants from the Southern Heaven combat in the Solitary Nation, right? He Feng glanced at Bai Gang indifferently and snorted. Bai Gang, I was scared by little brother Duan, not you. Why are you acting so smug? After He Feng finished speaking, he ignored Bai Gang and looked at Huang Yuanfei with a wry smile on his face. I was wondering why City Governor Huang would personally lead a team here. As it turns out, the supporting Fall Nation has also found a freak who's on par with the genius from the East Ming Nation. At the same time, He Feng realized he could not let Duan Lingtian and the others stand at the entrance of the imperial palace. Therefore, he quickly gestured for them to enter. City Governor Huang, Old Mo, Little Brother Duan, and Nephew Jiolong, please come in. He Feng called out to Duan Lingtian and the others, but he ignored Bai Gang. However, Bai Gang did not mind. He swaggered into the imperial palace with Duan Lingtian and the others. The imperial palace of the Solitary Nation was similar to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. However, the architectural features, layout of the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation were completely different. The supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace was majestic, simple, and unadorned. On the other hand, the Solitary Nation's imperial palace was resplendent and dazzling. Gold decorations and all kinds of rare treasures could be seen everywhere. Brother Duan, He Feng is the commander of the imperial guards of the Solitary Nation. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. 10 years ago, he was ordered by the Emperor of the Solitary Nation to handle some matters in the supporting Fall Nation. He went to Passage City, and that's how he met my father and Uncle Bai. Don't think that Uncle Bai is competing with him. That's just on the surface. His relationship with Uncle Bai is much deeper than his relationship with my father. After they entered the imperial palace, Huang Jiolong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to introduce He Feng. Although Duan Lingtian could tell that He Feng was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he did not expect He Feng to be a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He did not expect He Feng to be the commander of the imperial guards of the Solitary Nation. In the supporting Fall Nation, there were only 2 people who could be considered as the emperor's right-hand men. One of them was the city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. The other was the elusive commander of the imperial guards in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. Since He Feng was the commander of the imperial guards of the Solitary Nation, it was obvious he was close to the emperor of the Solitary Nation. Before they arrived at the residence that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Lingtian and the others, He Feng would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Although Duan Lingtian sensed He Feng's gaze, he did not pay it any mind. It did not take long before they arrived at the residence that the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Lingtian and the others. The residence was spacious and had 6 courtyards that faced each other. There was a path in the middle, and there were 3 courtyards on each side. City Governor Huang, all of you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you take a rest? I'll look for all of you in 5 days and bring all of you to the auction. After making arrangements for Duan Lingtian and the others, He Feng bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and left. Father. However, Huang Jiolong did not intend to rest. He looked at Huang Yuanfei and said with a smile, I'd like to go to West Lane City with Brother Duan. Do you think it's possible for Grandfather Mo or Uncle Bai to come with us? Huang Jiolong was not stupid. He knew they were not in the supporting Fall Nation, and it would be dangerous if they did not have the protection of a powerhouse. West Lane City. Huang Yuanfei looked at Huang Jiolong meaningfully. As far as I know, West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation is famous for stone gambling. You want to bring little Tian there for stone gambling, right? Hee hee. Huang Jiolong chuckled. He did not deny it since he knew there was no point in denying it. After all, his father was not someone to be trifled with. Stone gambling? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Stone gambling in the Devata realms? In his past life, when he was on Earth, he had heard of stone gambling. Generally, one would have to rely on one's eyesight to determine whether a stone was cut open or not. If not, one would suffer a loss. I wonder what's the difference between stone gambling in the Devata realms and stone gambling on Earth, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yuanfei, I'll go with them. Chapter 2957. West Lane City, the capital of the Solitary Nation, was famous among the neighboring nations for its stone gambling. Even the neighboring nations such as the supporting Fall Nation and the other nations also had their stone gambling. However, compared to the stone gambling in West Lane City in the Solitary Nation, the stone gambling in those places could only be considered small. Brother Duan, the origin stones in the stone gambling establishments in the supporting Fall Nation are bought from West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation. West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation is one of the biggest stone gambling establishments in the southern part of the profound Nether Mansions territory. After leaving the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation, Huang Jiolong explained to Duan Lingtian as they made their way to West Lane City. Origin stones? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice. As far as he knew, there was also the term raw stone on earth, but the raw stone on earth generally referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. Yes. Huang Jiolong nodded. Origin stones are formed when a certain amount of dust accumulates over time. When the dust accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes an origin stone. It's said that even the divine consciousness of the most powerful 10 directions celestial emperors in the Devata realms and the mysterious title temple's divine consciousness can't penetrate the origin stone and see what's inside, Duan Lingtian explained. Of course, it's only the divine sense that can't penetrate the origin stone. The surface of the origin stone is very fragile. Even the weakest great overarching golden immortal can destroy the origin stone and take out the item inside as long as he uses his full strength. Due to this reason, nobody knows what's inside the origin stones before they're opened. Due to this, the stone gambling market was created in the Devata realms. Huang Jiolong explained slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded inwardly when he heard Huang Jiolong's words. The origin stones in the Devata realms were indeed very different from the origin stones he had heard about on Earth in his past life. The raw stones on Earth referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. On the other hand, the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the uncut stones on Earth. The so-called uncut stones in stone gambling on Earth referred to some broken stones that looked very rough and inconspicuous, but in fact, there may be very precious jade in them. Of course, there were also some uncut stones that had a touch of jade color on them, so they would be sold at a very high price. This was because the uncut stones contained a large amount of jade stones. There are different sizes of origin stones. Some origin stones may be damaged due to some external interference, revealing a corner of the contents inside. Under such circumstances, it also means that the contents of this kind of raw stone are basically completely exposed, so this kind of raw stone can no longer be used for stone gambling. The most important part of stone gambling lies in the word gamble. If the contents of the raw stone have been exposed, there's naturally no need to gamble. Huang Jiolong's words made Duan Lingtian's origin stones. Although the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the raw stones used in stone gambling on Earth in his past life, there were still some differences. For example, in his previous life on Earth, once a green color appeared on the surface of a raw stone, and that green color was a very precious jade, then the value of that raw stone would be raised by a lot. This was because there might be a large piece of jade in the uncut stones. Once it was opened, it would be a huge profit. Naturally, there was also a possibility that there was only a green color on the surface of the uncut stones. If there was no jade in the uncut stones, it would be a huge loss. The reason for this was that on Earth where he lived in his previous life, the people who gambled on stones did not have divine sense. They were unable to detect whether there was an even bigger piece of jade inside through that patch of green. In the Devata realms, the origin stones on Earth were similar to the origin stones on Earth. Unless they were completely covered and could block divine consciousness, once the contents of the uncut stones were exposed, the divine consciousness would be able to detect the whole thing. Jiolong, what's in the origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Based on Huang Jiolong's words, Duan Lingtian knew there must be something precious in the origin stones. However, he did not know what it was. However, based on Huang Jiolong's interest in stone gambling, it was clear that Huang Jiolong was interested in the origin stones. There must be something in the origin stones that Huang Jiolong was interested in. Brother Duan, do you know where the origin stones come from? However, Huang Jiolong did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, He asked another question. Based on what you said, the origin stones must have been passed down a long time ago. After all, the surface of the origin stones need time to settle. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Then, do you know there are many little worlds left behind by celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors in the Devata realms? Huang Jiolong asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's common knowledge that the stronger a person is, the more stable the little world is. For example, a little world created by a celestial king is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial lord. Similarly, a little world created by a celestial lord is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial emperor. Huang Jiolong continued to explain. A little world isn't permanent. For example, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Southern Heaven Territory is a little world created by a celestial lord to a certain extent. However, the little world was created by a titled celestial lord. However, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm requires the efforts of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords in the Southern Heaven Territory to stabilize it. Due to the uniqueness of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords in the Southern Heaven Territory would also add valuable items such as celestial weapons, medicinal pills, and celestial talismans. Apart from that, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would also set up tests in the Upper Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the only places where the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would personally add treasures and set tests are the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Generally, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would order some Celestial Lords to add treasures and set tests in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory would add treasures and set tests. For example, the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that we're going to in 4 months is filled with treasures and tests from the profound Nether Mansion. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is divided into 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is only one of the 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Huang Jiolong smiled awkwardly when he reached the end of his sentence. It seems like we've strayed too far from the topic. It's all right. I didn't know about this before. Now that I heard about it, there are 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions like the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory. Although Duan Lingtian's words were calm on the surface, a storm was raging in his heart. As far as he knew, the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation were only 2 of the 1,000 nations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. In fact, there were more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. There are more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound Nether Mansion. Doesn't that mean there are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized how insignificant he was. There are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the Southern Heaven Territory that's ruled by a titled Celestial Lord. I'm sure there are many more places like the Southern Heaven Territory in the spirit overarching heaven. After all, there are celestial emperors above titled Celestial Lords, and there are even more powerful titled Celestial Emperors. Above titled Celestial Emperors are the heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms. As for the Devata realms, there are 81 Devata realms. When he thought up to here, the surging emotions in Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Huang Jiolong continued to say, when I mentioned the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords had to spend a lot of effort to stabilize the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I meant to say that even a little world created by a Celestial Lord would crumble over time unless a Celestial Lord spent a lot of effort to stabilize it. However, how many small worlds would be stabilized at the cost of a great deal of effort? Moreover, there are some little worlds that nobody knows where they are. As time goes by, those small worlds will collapse when the time is up. Since little worlds are built in Devata realms, once a little world collapses, everything in it will be swept into the turbulent flow of space in the Devata realms and scattered everywhere. Some of the items in a crumbling little world would be picked up by a lucky person. However, Most of the items would be covered by a layer of origin stones as time passes. Huang Jiolong paused for a moment before he continued to say, origin stones are often found in Devata realms. For this reason, it's very likely that the items in the origin stones are treasures left behind by powerhouses in Devata realms after a little world collapses. Of course, most of the origin stones are just some useless stones in the long river of time, as well as some worthless things that have been abandoned by people and sealed to form origin stones. Chapter 2958. After listening to Huang Jiolong's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the stone gambling in the Devata realms. The stone gambling in the Devata realms was not much different from the stone gambling on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Out of 10 bets, 9 out of 10 would lose. Naturally, that was only a metaphor. Most of the origin stones in the stone gambling market are useless. It's very difficult to find an origin stone that contains a treasure. For this reason, although the stone gambling market is very popular in the Devata realms, there are very few people who can make a fortune by gambling on origin stones. Naturally, there are also some people who secretly obtain the treasures inside the origin stones without revealing it to the public. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As Huang Jiolong spoke to Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian into West Lane City in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the West Lane City of the supporting Fall Nation. He saw that in Shifang City, there were many stores of various sizes. Moreover, the things they sold were all pieces of strangely shaped stones. These stones looked very crude. At first glance, there was nothing special about them at all. Are these the origin stones in these shops? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jiolong as he looked at the shops by the side of the road. That's right. Huang Jiolong nodded. Then, he beckoned Duan Lingtian over. Both of them walked into the biggest shop they had seen so far. The number of origin stones in this shop far exceeded the number of the shops they had passed before. Although Bai Gang had followed Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian out of the shop, he hid in the dark since Huang Jiolong did not like having any elders by his side. However, his attention was always on Huang Jiolong and Duan Lingtian. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately appear to protect Huang Jiolong and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if Huang Jiolong and Duan Lingtian were in danger and had to abandon one of them, he would not hesitate to abandon Duan Lingtian. He would not consider how much the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation valued Duan Lingtian. All he knew was that the other person was his brother's son. His brother had saved his life more than once in the past. For the sake of his brother's son, even if he had to give up his life, he wouldn't even frown. Are both of you here to buy origin stones? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong entered the shop, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a medium build walked up to them with a bright smile on his face. You have a lot of origin stones here. Moreover, it seems like they've been categorized. Please introduce them to me, Huang Jiolong said. Yes, sir, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. When the middle-aged man said respectfully, he brought Duan Lingtian and the other person to the table at the outermost part of the store where the origin stones were placed. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a few other groups of people choosing origin stones in the store. There were also people wearing the same clothes as the middle-aged man beside Huang Jiolong and Huang Jiolong, introducing them to each other. It was obvious these people were shop assistants like the middle-aged man beside Huang Jiolong and Huang Jiolong. Dear customers, this is table number 36 in our shop. The origin stones here are the cheapest in our shop. They're cheap because they're small, so it's impossible to store large items in them. The middle-aged man explained to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong as he looked at the thousands of origin stones on the table. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that among the thousands of origin stones on the 36th platform, the largest one was only the size of a newborn baby's fist. As for the smallest one, it was only slightly bigger than a spatial ring. Although they're cheap and it's impossible to store large items in them, there's a high chance there's a spatial ring or some extremely precious items in them. The middle-aged man continued to speak. As he finished speaking, there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. If we can obtain spatial rings from these origin stones, It's very likely that they were used by celestial kings, celestial lords, or even celestial emperor. Why don't you say that even if you can obtain a spatial ring from one of these origin stones, it's likely to be a low-grade spatial ring abandoned by ordinary people. Many abandoned spatial rings are empty. Even if there's something in them, it's likely to be worthless. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully before he said indifferently, moreover, out of 100 origin stones, there might not be a single spatial ring that contains a valuable item. I didn't know you're so knowledgeable about origin stones. I've misbehaved. The middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed when he heard Huang Jialong's words. However, the awkwardness quickly disappeared. This was because he had always treated customers as if they did not know anything about stone gambling. If they did not know anything about stone gambling, he could easily trick them into buying more origin stones. That way, he would be able to earn a lot of commission. However, if they did, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of them. Brother Duan, do you want to buy a few of the origin stones on this table to play with? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. Let's take a look first. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had just calculated that there were a total of 36 tables in this shop with raw stones. Now, they were looking at the table closest to the entrance of the shop. The raw stones on it were also the smallest batch. Obviously, it was the worst batch of raw stones in this shop. How amazing. These origin stones really can block out divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he had heard about the origin stones being able to block out divine consciousness, he was still surprised when he saw it for himself. After all, origin stones were formed by the dust in the river of time. Even the dust in the Devata realm is so extraordinary. These origin stones are amazing. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Huang Jialong and shook his head. I'm not interested in the origin stones here. Let's continue looking at the other origin stones. All right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, You, continue to introduce the other origin stones to us. Through the middle-aged man's introduction, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the origin stones in this store and even the entire origin stones in the stone gambling market. The larger the origin stones, the more valuable they were. Some of the origin stones were in the shape of weapons. However, due to the layer of origin stones, one's divine consciousness could not penetrate the origin stones to determine the weapon's grade. These origin stones that were in the shape of weapons were usually more valuable. I'll take all of these sword-shaped origin stones. A faint voice rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. A young man dressed in a brocade robe with an arrogant expression on his face casually took out a large number of prominent celestial crystals and bought more than 30 sword-shaped origin stones. He had bought almost all of the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop. There were only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. It was obvious they were the origin stones that contained swords that were as tall as a grown man. How generous. These sword-shaped origin stones must be worth at least 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, right? I'm afraid this person is not an ordinary person. Huang Jialong noticed the young man dressed in a brocade robe and the old man standing behind him. Sir, he's the only son of the city governor of Covered Sword City in the Solitary Nation. He's the young master of Covered Sword City, Han Yun He. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said in a low voice. The young master of Covered Sword City? Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, no wonder he only bought sword-shaped origin stones. As it turns out, he's a direct descendant of the city governor of Covered Sword City. As far as I know, the direct descendants of the city governor of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Crack. Just as Huang Jialong's words landed, the young city lord of Covered Sword City, Han Yun He, raised his hand and destroyed a sword-shaped ore. As the origin stone cracked open, it turned into rubble and fell to the ground. A completely black sword also appeared before everyone's eyes. A prominent celestial sword. What a loss. The middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said with a sigh. A sword-shaped origin stone is worth more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let alone a prominent celestial sword, even a Duke-grade celestial sword would still be a loss. After all, a Duke-grade celestial sword is usually only worth 10 prominent celestial crystals. The better ones can only be sold for 20 to 30 prominent celestial crystals at most. Huang Jiolong said. Crack, 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 crack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yun-hee, the young governor of Covered Sword City, shattered more than 20 sword-shaped origin stones in just a blink of an eye. The lowest grade among the sword-shaped origin stones was mediocre, while the highest grade was Duke-grade celestial swords. Moreover, there were only 2 Duke-grade celestial swords. What a loss! What a loss! In just a blink of an eye, more than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone. Stone gambling is indeed a game of the heart. More than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone just like that. Ordinary people won't be able to gamble so much. Young Governor Han's expression hasn't changed at all. His composure is truly shocking. As expected of the son of the city governor of Covered Sword City. Like father, like son, the other people who were watching Han Yun, he opened the sword-shaped origin stone side. Based on their words, they were impressed by Han Yun, his courage, and were envious of his family background. Crack. A moment later, another sword-shaped or stone was opened by Han Yun. The sword inside it emitted a faint green light that was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. A king-grade celestial sword. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was a king-grade celestial sword. He did not expect Han Yun he would be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. Chapter 2959. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon, the more valuable it was. This was common knowledge to all. Although there was a huge difference in value between king-grade celestial weapons, the difference in value between 2 celestial weapons of similar grades would not be more than 10,000 times. For example, a Duke-grade celestial weapon was usually worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals or 10 prominent celestial crystals. On the other hand, a prominent celestial weapon was usually worth 10 mediocre celestial crystals, which was 100 times more valuable than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. There was a huge difference between a king-grade celestial weapon and a Duke-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more valuable than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. 10,000 times? What did that mean? In other words, the value of a king-grade celestial weapon was equivalent to 10,000 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was only based on celestial crystals. Unless a person who owned 10,000 Duke-grade celestial weapons sold all 10,000 mediocre celestial weapons for celestial crystals, no one would be willing to exchange a king-grade celestial weapon for a Duke-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial sword. Heavens! Young Master Han actually obtained a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. A king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals if it's in good condition. Young Master Han really struck it rich this time. Earlier, we were still talking about how young Master Han wasted tens of thousands of prominent celestial crystals. In just a blink of an eye, he's going to earn at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Han Yun, his discovery of a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. Even some passers-by in front of the shop noticed the commotion and stopped to watch. As the onlookers started to discuss among themselves, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the shop and looked at Han Yunhe with envy in their eyes. Congratulations, young Master Han, for obtaining a king-grade celestial sword. Han Yun, his salesperson, quickly thanked Han Yunhe when he regained his senses. There's nothing to congratulate me for. I spent at least 150,000 prominent celestial crystals on the sword-shaped origin stone for this king-grade celestial sword. Based on the quality of the sword, it's worth about 30,000 to 40,000 prominent celestial crystals at most. Come to think of it, I've lost more than 10,000 prominent immortal crystals. In the face of the salesperson's congratulations, Han Yunhe said indifferently, I'll return the remaining unopened sword-shaped origin stones to you. This way, I won't lose anything by getting this sword. After saying that, Han Yunhe placed the remaining sword-shaped origin stone back on the table. And this was also permitted. As long as the origin stones were unopened, they could return them before they left the shop. This was the rule of the stone gambling market in the Devata realms. After putting away the king-grade celestial sword, Han Yunhe led the people behind him out of the shop under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The group of people outside the shop consciously made way for them. After Han Yunhe's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, many people couldn't help but discuss among themselves. I didn't expect Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, to be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword here. The direct descendants of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Although the city governor of Covered Sword City has several king-grade celestial weapons, there are only 2 king-grade celestial swords. One of them is in the hands of the city governor of Covered Sword City, and the other is in the hands of the Grand Commander of Covered Sword City. For this reason, young Master Han doesn't have a king-grade celestial sword. Although king-grade celestial swords occasionally appear in the black market, they are usually bought as soon as they appear. In the Devata realms, swords are very popular. For this reason, even if young Master Han has enough celestial crystals, it's difficult for him to buy a king-grade celestial sword. Spending 30,000 to 40,000 immortal crystals on a sword-shaped origin stone to obtain a king-grade celestial sword of similar value doesn't sound like a loss, but in fact, young Master Han still made a profit. Even if he made a profit, he should be the one making a profit. Ordinary people aren't as bold as him. As far as I know, the city governor of Covered Sword City only gave him 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Han Yunhe, the young city governor of Covered Sword City, for his courage and boldness. After all, not everyone who had 200,000 prominent celestial crystals would be bold enough to gamble on a king-grade celestial sword. Since the young master of Covered Sword City is so bold, I'm sure his future achievements won't be inferior to his father's. Huang Jiao sighed emotionally. Among the cities under the Solitary Country, Covered Sword City was one of the top cities. The city governor of Covered Sword City was one of the strongest celestial dukes in the Solitary Nation. Following Han Yunhe's departure, the onlookers outside the store also dispersed one after another, and the store regained its tranquility. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiao were led by the middle-aged salesman to look at many origin stones. During this time, Huang Jiao was itching to buy some origin stones as well. However, they were all worthless. Since you're buying blindly, why don't you buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City? Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw the origin stones in Huang Jiaolong's hands had cracked and revealed worthless items. At the very least, if the young master of Covered Sword City finds out about this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit 3 liters of blood. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only joking when he said this. He did not expect Huang Jiaolong would actually do as he said. After all, anyone with a good ear could tell he was joking. At the very least, the middle-aged salesman next to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaolong shook his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan, you have a point. In that case, I'll buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City. There are 13 of them, right? I'll take all of them. Huang Jiaolong had seen Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, return the sword-shaped origin stones. Therefore, with just a glance, he could tell there were 13 sword-shaped origin stones returned by Han Yunhe. Jiaolong, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect Huang Jiaolong to take his joke seriously. 13 sword-shaped origin stones were worth 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I'm just playing around with the stone gambling anyway. To me, Huang Jiaolong, no matter what I do, it's all about being casual. Huang Jiaolong smiled faintly. He had no intention of buying the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in here. You can count them. If there's no problem, give me the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. Huang Jialong raised his hand and placed 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in a spatial ring. Then, he tossed the spatial ring to the salesman and Duan Lingtian. This. The salesman was taken aback. He only regained his senses when Huang Jialong tossed the spatial ring to him. His expression was one of excitement. He did not expect the stranger he had casually picked up would be a wealthy man. He did not even bat an eyelid when he spent 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's right, that's right. Sir, I'll bring the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to you now. After the salesman finished counting the celestial crystals in the spatial ring, he immediately brought the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to Huang Jialong. During this time, the other salesman looked at the salesman enviously. It should be noted that the salesman who served the young master of Covered Sword City was the only one who received the young master of Covered Sword City. Jialong, you're really... That's 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Huang Jialong opening the sword-shaped origin stones one by one. He felt Huang Jialong was being too willful. It's fine, I'm just playing around. It's a surprise if I win, and it's entertainment if I lose. Huang Jialong smiled nonchalantly. At this time, he had already opened 5 sword-shaped origin stones in a row. The best sword he obtained was a Duke-grade celestial sword. He's really rich. Under normal circumstances, it's already considered lucky for a shop like this to have a king-grade celestial sword among all the sword-shaped origin stones. I wonder who this young man is. He's actually able to take out 10,000 prominent celestial crystals so easily. I've never heard of such a person in the solitary nation. However, the Imperial Court's auction is about to begin in a few days. Currently, there are many people from neighboring countries in the capital of the solitary nation. Perhaps, he's a disciple from a neighboring country's aristocratic family. That's possible. There aren't many young people in the solitary nation who are so rich. When Huang Jialong destroyed another 5 sword-shaped origin stones, the customers in the store shifted their attention to Huang Jialong and started whispering to each other. My luck doesn't seem to be that good. There are only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. Brother Duan, help me open them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong said as he passed the remaining 3 sword-shaped origin stones to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Jialong looking at him expectantly, he did not hesitate and accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Jialong, don't blame me if I lose. My luck isn't as good as yours. Duan Lingtian joked after he accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Brother Duan, if you can get a primitive celestial sword from these, I'll give it to you. Huang Jialong, naturally, could tell Duan Lingtian was joking, so he followed suit. So far, among all the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop, whether it was opened by the young master of Covered Sword City or Huang Jialong, the worst one was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Maybe I can get a primitive celestial sword. It's a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, the smile on Huang Jialong's face widened when he saw the mediocre-grade origin stone was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Crack. Duan Lingtian continued to open the second sword-shaped origin stone. Whoosh. When Duan Lingtian opened the second sword-shaped origin stone, a mysterious light shone from it. At the same time, a sharp aura filled the entire shop. This commotion caused everyone in the store to be dumbfounded. This is a royal-grade celestial sword. Chapter 2960. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The shop was filled with sword chi for a long time before it finally stopped. All of this was due to the sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand that was emitting a dazzling profound light. However, the mysterious light on the sword-shaped origin stone was like the sword aura that shot out from it. It kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. However, even so, its extraordinariness had been fully proven through the commotion just now. At this moment, even the king-grade celestial sword that Han Yun He, the young master of Covered Sword City, had been overshadowed by this half-opened origin stone. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was the first to regain his senses, his eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. The rest of the people were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian managed to regain his senses in such a short time because the aura from the origin stone was similar to the aura from the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his hands. He had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. 1 was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and 2 were ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. However, the 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons did not belong to him. They were the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut rings and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut rings that belonged to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. He had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon during the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions. Currently, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon once. He only had 2 more uses left. After using it twice, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would be completely useless. This was the mission of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. This isn't a royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong finally regained his senses after Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at the half-opened sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand in disbelief. At this moment, apart from the half-opened origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand, a sword hilt and a small part of the sword's body could be seen. It was a dark green sword that looked as though it was made of black jade. There were countless tiny engravings on the sword. Some of the engravings on the sword made it seem ancient. In addition, there was a blood-red thread in the middle of the sword. It was moving rhythmically, as if there were traces of blood flowing on it. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and gripped the sword hilt. After exerting some force, the origin stones on the sword were shattered and destroyed. A moment later, a dark green sword with a blood-red line in the middle appeared in the middle of the sword's body appeared in the middle. At this moment, the sword's light was completely concealed. It looked as though it had returned to its original state. However, the scene of the sword shining brightly when the origin stone was broken was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people present on the scene. Apart from that, if one's divine consciousness approached the sword, one would be able to tell it was not an ordinary sword. It was not something a king-grade celestial weapon could compare to. A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial sword. Heavens! I didn't expect to see a royal-grade celestial sword in my lifetime. I think the last time a royal-grade celestial weapon appeared in the Solitary Nation was 1,300 years ago, right? A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Everyone in the shop, including the shop assistants, had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they regained their senses. At this moment, Huang Jialong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the people in the shop. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill everyone in the shop to prevent the news of the royal-grade celestial sword from leaking out. Alas, Huang Jialong's reaction was too late. The person in charge of the shop, an old man with a white beard, had already crushed a communication celestial talisman when he regained his senses. The communication celestial talisman he had crushed was a soul imprint celestial talisman. There was no way to stop it. Dear customer. After crushing the communication celestial talisman, the old man with a white beard walked out of the shop and looked at Huang Jialong. Clearly, he had seen everything that had happened earlier. He knew the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to Huang Jialong. This sword. Our shop is willing to pay 10 million prominent celestial crystals for it. The old man with a white beard said. 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, the group of people in the shop looked at the white-bearded old man as if they were looking at an idiot. They felt that this old man was indulging in fantasy. What a joke! That was a complete royal-grade celestial sword. 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Was he dreaming? 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Huang Jialong was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then, he laughed and said, "Old man, do you think I'm an idiot? Put aside the fact that royal-grade celestial weapons are priceless. If I'm not mistaken, the lowest price for a royal-grade celestial weapon in the profound nether mansion is 1 billion prominent celestial crystals, right? A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "Moreover, this is the lowest price. Even if someone wants to buy a royal-grade celestial weapon, they might not even be willing to sell it for 1 billion prominent celestial crystals." In the Southern Heaven territory, no one had ever heard of anyone buying or selling royal-grade celestial weapons. Although royal-grade celestial weapons had a price, it was just a rumor. It was 10,000 times more expensive than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. The price of a king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more expensive than a duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Do you really think he's an idiot? Based on what I know, this shop belongs to the 9th prince of the Solitary Nation's imperial family. The 9th prince is the most business-minded prince among the princes of the Solitary Nation. It seems like the shopkeeper of the 9th prince's shop is planning to force the two young men to sell royal-grade celestial swords to them. If the 9th prince insists on doing this, I'm afraid the two young men won't be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, the 9th prince is backed by the emperor of the Solitary Nation. A man's wealth is his own ruin. When the remaining customers looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong again, they shook their heads and said, "That's right." Based on their discussion, it was clear they felt Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, thud, 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 thud. A series of heavy footsteps rang in the air as a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a white robe walked into the shop. "Dear customer, my shop is closed for the day. Please go to another shop in West Lane City." The white-bearded old man frowned when he saw another customer. At the same time, he looked at the shop assistants standing at the side and said with a frown on his face, "Why aren't you escorting the customer out? Also, close the shop. We're not open for business today." The fewer people who knew about the royal-grade celestial weapon, the better. Earlier, he had received a message from the shopkeeper of this shop, the 9th prince of the Solitary Nation's imperial family. The 9th prince told him to calm everyone down, and at the same time, close the shop and reject all customers. As for the people in the shop, the 9th prince had told them not to let them leave. At this moment, the 9th prince had left the imperial palace and was on his way to the shop. Since the white-bearded old man was the shopkeeper of this shop, the shop assistants did not dare to disobey his order. They immediately walked toward the white-clad middle-aged man to escort him out of the shop. However, before they could get close to the white-clad middle-aged man, they heard the white-clad middle-aged man snorting coldly. Almost as soon as the white-robed middle-aged man's voice fell, the few salespeople who were running towards him encountered an invisible wall halfway and were forcibly stopped. In the next moment, they were sent flying backward like arrows before they crashed heavily on the ground in a wretched manner. Gasp! Upon seeing this, the people in the shop could not help but gasp. They knew the middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. "Sir, do you know who's behind this shop?" The white-bearded old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at the middle-aged man. Even though he was the strongest person in the shop, even he was unable to see how the person before him was able to do that. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. He could only rely on the name of the person behind him to scare the middle-aged man away. "Little Tian, show me the sword in your hand." However, the white-robed middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to the old man and completely ignored him. He walked directly to Duan Lingtian and smiled lightly as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Uncle Bai." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately passed the sword in his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Gang, who had been hiding in the dark to protect Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong. Most people would be reluctant to part with a royal-grade celestial sword even if it did not belong to them. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel that way at all. Put aside the fact that he had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring, before he ascended to the Devata realms, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had a sword of the same grade as this one. It was the Jasper Celestial Sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After arriving in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian learned that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, and the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Although this sword is a royal-grade celestial sword, it's slightly inferior to the Jasper Celestial Sword. In fact, It's slightly inferior to the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he passed the sword in his hand to Bai Gang. He watched as Bai Gang flipped the sword over and over again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial sword. How could an ordinary royal-grade celestial sword that could enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda be ordinary? It had to be a supreme royal-grade celestial sword. Chapter 2961. Chem. They know this person. The white-bearded old man's eyes widened when he saw the purple-clad young man handing the royal-grade celestial sword to the white-clad middle-aged man. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's at least a 6 combinations celestial duke. The white-bearded old man was a 4 phenomenons celestial duke. Therefore, he guessed the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at least 2 levels higher than his. If the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was only 1 level higher than his, it was impossible for the white-clad middle-aged man to cast a technique that even he could not see through. It seems like these two people aren't simple at all, the white-bearded old man thought to himself. However, despite having such thoughts, the white-bearded old man did not mind at all. In his opinion, no matter how extraordinary these two people were, it was impossible for them to be stronger than the 9th prince. Most importantly, the 9th prince of the solitary nation had the backing of the 9th prince of the solitary nation. It's indeed a royal-grade celestial sword. Bai Gang nodded as he looked at the sword in his hand. Then, he looked at Huang Jiolong and said, "Jiolong, this sword isn't something we can take. I'm sure you're aware of this as well, right?" "I know, Uncle Bai." Huang Jiolong nodded. As soon as he found out the sword was a royal-grade celestial sword, he knew he and the supporting Fall Nations Passage City would not be able to take it. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation did not have the strength to take it. If the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation insisted on taking the royal-grade celestial sword for themselves, Huang Jiolong was certain the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword even if they were not annihilated. After all, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation was not strong enough to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Even grade 7 clans and sects were not strong enough to take a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the Windfall Nation. In order to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon, one had to be at least a grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion. A grade 6 force would usually have a 10 directions celestial king. For example, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a 10 directions celestial king. However, Uncle Bai, suddenly, Huang Jiolong seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Bai Gang solemnly and said, "This royal-grade celestial sword is mostly thanks to Brother Duan. If it weren't for Brother Duan, I wouldn't have bought the sword-shaped origin stones and obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. Therefore, I hope that Uncle Bai can remember this and report this to them truthfully." Huang Jiolong's face was solemn as he spoke. "Jiolong, you don't have to do this." Duan Lingtian, who had been standing beside Huang Jiolong and Bai Gang, overheard their conversation and knew what they were talking about. They had obtained the royal-grade celestial sword in a public place. Since they were not strong enough to protect the royal-grade celestial sword, they could only hand it over to a powerful force who was strong enough to protect it. The Flying Tiger clan was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he did not expect Huang Jiolong would claim that he was the one who obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that Huang Jiolong had given him at least half of the benefits he had obtained from the Flying Tiger clan. Duan Lingtian was touched by Huang Jiolong's generosity, but he quickly declined Huang Jiolong's kindness. "You're the one who bought the sword-shaped origin stones, so the royal-grade celestial sword should be yours. Brother Duan, there's no need to say anything else. I'll make the decision." For the first time, Huang Jiolong was so unyielding in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. He did not think it was necessary for Huang Jiolong to act this way. Although he was tempted by the benefits from the Flying Tiger clan, Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary. Nevertheless, he still felt that he should not be rewarded without doing anything. Even if he did contribute, it would not be as much as Huang Jiolong made it out to be. Little Tian, just listen to Jiolong. He's as stubborn as his father. Once he's set his mind on something, even 10 horses won't be able to change his mind. Bai Gang stopped Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something. I've already told Yuan Fei about this. Let's go back now, Bai Gang said again. Just as Bai Gang was about to put the royal grade celestial sword away and leave with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, 3 figures entered the shop, causing a commotion in the shop. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. The shopkeeper, an old man with a white beard, led a group of salespeople in the shop and bowed respectfully at the 3 newcomers. The 3 newcomers were led by a handsome young man dressed in a green robe with golden edges. 2 old men followed behind him. As soon as the 3 of them entered the shop, all of them looked at the royal grade celestial sword in Bai Gang's hand. Through their divine consciousness, they could easily tell that the sword was not ordinary. Gentlemen, I'm the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this sword even if you take it away. Why don't you sell it to me? Not only will you be able to keep it, but you'll also be able to earn a lot of celestial crystals. The handsome young man was none other than the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. He wanted Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to sell the royal grade celestial sword to him as soon as he spoke. What? 9th Prince, are you planning to spend 10 million prominent celestial crystals to buy this royal grade celestial sword as well? Huang Jiolong sneered as he looked at the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. Even if the other party was a prince of the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Jiolong would not give him any face if he was displeased with him. He had the confidence to do so. His confidence did not come from his father, but from his uncle Bai, from his grandpa Mo. If his uncle Bai and grandpa Mo were the source of his confidence, then, the Flying Tiger clan and the Ink Feather Eagle clan would be the source of his Uncle White and Grandpa Mo's confidence. I heard from the shopkeeper that the 3 of you plan to give the royal grade celestial sword to a sect in exchange for some benefits. The 9th Prince narrowed his eyes when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian through the white-bearded old man. May I know which sect the 3 of you plan to give the royal grade celestial sword to? Almost as soon as the 9th Prince finished speaking, the 2 old men behind him had already fixed their gazes on Bai Gang like lightning. What? 2 Nine Palaces celestial dukes want to fight me? Bai Gang looked at the 2 old men fearlessly as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Bai Gang. The 2 old men could not help but frown when they heard Bai Gang's name. They found the name familiar as though they had heard it somewhere before. Is this how the imperial family of the Solitary Nation treats their guests? It seems like I'll have to talk to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when I return to the palace. Huang Jiolong snorted coldly. Return to the palace? Many people in the shop were shocked when they heard Huang Jiolong's words. Based on the young man's words, it seemed like he was a guest in the palace. He's staying in the palace? A guest? Bai Gang. The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jiolong's words and recalled Bai Gang's name. You're Lord Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation? The 9th Prince asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Bai Gang. It seems like I'm quite famous in the Solitary Nation. At the very least, you've heard of me. Bai Gang said indifferently. Bai Gang's words confirmed the 9th Prince's suspicions. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation? As Bai Gang admitted his identity, the expressions of the 2 old men behind the 9th Prince changed greatly. At the same time, they tacitly withdrew their gazes from Bai Gang and lowered their heads, looking very much like 2 children who had made a mistake. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation was a member of the Flying Tiger clan. This was not a secret in the neighboring nations of the supporting Fall Nation. Even celestial kings like the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and the Emperor of the Solitary Nation did not dare to offend someone like Bai Gang who came from a powerful celestial beast clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Let alone ordinary people in the Solitary Nation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The expressions of the white-bearded shopkeeper and the few salespeople who had wanted to chase Bai Gang away changed drastically at this moment. What a joke! Not only was Bai Gang a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, but he was also a copper Flying Tiger from the Flying Tiger clan. Not to mention that he was in the right in this matter, even if he wasn't, even if he killed them in front of the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, with their status, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation wouldn't say anything. So it's Lord Bai Gang. Lord Bai Gang, please forgive my subordinates for offending you just now. The 9th Prince took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face, does this mean Lord Bai Gang intends to hand the royal grade celestial sword over to the Flying Tiger clan? However, Bai Gang did not pay any attention to the smiling 9th Prince at all. He merely greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jiolong with a smile before he left the shop. The 9th Prince and the others could only watch as Bai Gang and the others left. After Duan Ling Tian and the other two left, the 9th Prince's expression darkened immediately. He looked at the white-bearded shopkeeper and said in a deep voice, "Trash. Why didn't you keep those sword-shaped origin stones for me to play with?" The reason the 9th Prince owned a shop in West Lane City was due to his hobby of stone gambling. Occasionally, he would close the shop and play by himself. In fact, the 9th Prince owned the shop for fun. He did not intend to make any money at all. Although the white-bearded shopkeeper felt wronged, he did not dare to make a sound. In his heart, he knew that at this moment, not saying anything was the best response to this furious 9th Prince. Meanwhile, both of you are quite lucky to obtain a royal-grade celestial sword from an origin stone. Once the royal-grade celestial sword arrives in the Flying Tiger clan's hands, based on the Patriarch's forthright character, he won't mistreat you. Bai Gang said with a smile on his face as he made his way back to the Imperial Palace. Uncle Bai, don't just talk about us. You're a member of the Flying Tiger clan. I'm sure your clan leader won't mistreat you for helping them obtain the royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jiolong said mockingly. Chapter 2962. A bright smile appeared on Bai Gang's face when he heard Huang Jiolong's words. Just as Huang Jiolong had said, the Flying Tiger clan would not mistreat him since he had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the clan. After all, the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory only had one royal-grade celestial weapon before this. Based on this, one could see how important the royal-grade celestial sword was to the Flying Tiger clan's branch. A royal-grade celestial weapon was too precious. There was not a single royal-grade celestial weapon craftsman in the Southern Heaven Territory. Most of the royal-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven Territory were either royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the past or royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the Southern Heaven Territory. Or, it could be obtained from a raw stone through stone gambling. For this reason, royal-grade celestial weapons were not sold in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even if they had a price, nobody would sell them to outsiders. In the Southern Heaven Territory, royal-grade celestial weapons were priceless treasures. Boy! A hoarse voice suddenly rang from Duan Lingtian's body, startling him. Senior Chaos Divine Flame? He could tell the voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, what's the matter? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame were looking for him for a reason. Naturally, they would not look for him for a reason. After all, it was obvious they could not communicate with him for a long time. It was as though communicating with him would deplete their energy, causing them to fall into a deep slumber to recover. I can vaguely sense the aura of a chaos divine earth in the vicinity. It's very weak, so it should be a first form chaos divine earth, the Chaos Divine Flame said. That's right. I thought I sensed something familiar earlier, but I couldn't confirm what it was. As it turns out, it's the Chaos Divine Earth. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Boy, you have to work harder to help me find a first form profound divine metal. That way, I'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. Only then will my senses catch up to the primal chaos divine flames. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice. It was displeased that the primal chaos divine flame was in its third form while it was only in its second form. Just like now. The primal chaos divine flame could clearly sense that it was the chaos divine earth's aura. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar, but he could not confirm what it was. Chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? That's one of the divine elements, just like us. The chaos divine flame said, I, the profound divine metal, chaos divine earth, clear heavens divine wood, and world-cleansing divine water are collectively known as the five divine element. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask more about the five divine elements, the chaos divine flame seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It continued, I know you are very curious about the five divine elements, but it is not suitable for you to know too much now. Knowing too much won't do you any good. All you need to know is that as long as we continue to grow, it will only be beneficial to you. In fact, if you can help us transform and evolve to our final form, at that time, in the entire Great Thousand World, there will be almost no one who can compete with you. A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it finished speaking. You're really daring to dream about our final forms. However, if that day really comes, no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with this lad. The profound divine metal's voice was slightly indifferent at first, but it was filled with anticipation as it spoke. It was clear it was looking forward to evolving to its final form as well. Naturally, it knew it would be extremely difficult to achieve that. Almost no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with me. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Naturally, he knew the Great Thousand World mentioned by the Chaos Divine Flame did not only include the mundane realms and Devata realms, but it also included mysterious realms that were separated from the Devata realms like the Divine Offering Land. Senior, where's the Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks when he recalled the Chaos Divine Earth that the Chaos Divine Flame had mentioned earlier. He wanted to see if he could obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. Currently, he had the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal in his body. If he obtained the Chaos Divine Earth as well, he would have 3 of the 5 divine elements. It's in the direction you left earlier. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. The direction you left earlier? Doesn't that mean it's in West Lane City? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Brother Duan? Little Tian? At the same time, Huang Jiolong and Bai Gang came to a halt as well when they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly coming to a halt. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Jiolong, Uncle Bai. I want to return to West Lane City to have a look. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huang Jiolong and Bai Gang. Return to West Lane City? Bai Gang and Huang Jiolong were taken aback. Then, they asked with a smile, why? Brother Duan, do you still want to try your luck? Something like that. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little Tian, why don't we return first and come back another day? Although he had the support of the Flying Tiger clan, he still felt uneasy with the royal-grade celestial weapon in his possession. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan arrived. If he hid the royal-grade celestial sword, no one would be able to obtain it even if they killed him. Under such circumstances, even a desperado would not dare to take the risk. On the other hand, if the royal-grade celestial sword was in his possession, it was likely that some celestial kings would take the risk to obtain it. After all, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. As a copper flying tiger and a celestial beast, it was not worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk and offend the Flying Tiger clan. However, the value of a royal-grade celestial weapon far surpassed his celestial beast form. It was worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk. Uncle Bai, why don't you and Jiolong return first? I'll be back in a while. You don't have to worry about me. If anything happens, I'll send a message to Jiolong immediately, Duan Lingtian said. While Bai Gang was still hesitating, a gust of wind blew in front of the 3 of them. Then, a black figure appeared in front of them. Grandfather Mo. Huang Jiolong's eyes lit up when he saw the person. The person was none other than Old Mo. Old Mo, you came at the right time. I'll leave the 2 of them to you. Bai Gang greeted old Mo and returned to the imperial palace as quickly as he could. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the 9th prince of the solitary nation spread the news of the royal-grade celestial sword. Although the emperor of the solitary nation had learned about the royal-grade celestial sword from the 9th prince, Bai Gang was not worried the emperor of the solitary nation would take the risk. The reason the emperor of the solitary nation was willing to be the emperor of the solitary nation was due to his limited innate talent. Even if he had the royal-grade celestial sword, his strength would not increase much. Moreover, he would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Moreover, if he took the risk, he would have to give up the bloodline he had left behind in the solitary nation. After all, he was not a sectless cultivator. Therefore, it was impossible for the emperor of the solitary nation to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword from Bai Gang. However, even if the emperor of the solitary nation did not take the risk, it did not mean the sectless celestial kings would not take the risk as well. After all, sectless cultivators were all alone and had no ties. Even if they had ties, at most, they would have a disciple who could leave the solitary nation, the profound nether mansion, and the southern heaven territory with them. For this reason, Bai Gang knew he had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the sectless celestial kings learned about it. Bai Gang gave a simple greeting and left. This caused old Mo to involuntarily frown for a moment. However, he quickly relaxed his frown. Old Mo at this moment, Duan Lingtian greeted old Mo. Grandfather Mo, why are you here? Huang Jiolong asked. Your father was worried Bai Gang would encounter someone who would take the risk, so he asked me to come and help him. It seems like he was overthinking things. Old Mo said, news of Bai Gang's royal-grade celestial sword hasn't spread yet. Not many people know Bai Gang possesses a royal-grade celestial sword. After old Mo arrived, he accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong back to West Lane City. With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Lingtian entered a small shop in West Lane City. It was not far from the 9th Prince's shop. Dear customer, the origin stones in this shop have a high chance of containing treasures. If you're interested, just let me know. If you buy a lot, I'll give you a discount. There was only a shopkeeper in the small shop. He welcomed Duan Lingtian and his two companions with a smile on his face. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the origin stones, Huang Jiolong was. Therefore, he was not worried the shopkeeper would ask for a sky-high price. Is the Chaos Divine Earth inside the origin stone? With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Lingtian finally found the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really inside the origin stone. The origin stone that enveloped the primordial divine earth was about 1 foot in size. It was a rectangular origin stone. I'll take this origin stone. Duan Lingtian picked up the origin stone. Then, he casually picked a few origin stones that were slightly larger than the one in his hand. I'll take these as well. These origin stones aren't in the shape of weapons. Even if they contain celestial weapons, they'll only be small celestial weapons. Moreover, their grades might not be high. For this reason, they're usually worth less than sword-shaped origin stones and saber-shaped origin stones. After Duan Lingtian finished choosing the origin stones, Huang Jiolong said as though he was teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. These origin stones are worth about 300 prominent celestial crystals on average. Chapter 2963. The shopkeeper's expression darkened when he heard Huang Jiolong's words. He knew he would not be able to make much money from Huang Jiolong. Nevertheless, he was still able to make a profit, so he had to continue his business. After spending more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the origin stone. However, he had no intention of opening it. Instead, he put it away in his spatial ring. Brother Duan, aren't you going to open it? Huang Jiolong asked with a smile. I'll open it when I get back. If there's another royal-grade celestial weapon inside, wouldn't everyone know about it? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Do you really think royal-grade celestial weapons are as common as cabbages? Huang Jiolong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so worried. He smiled wryly and said, The royal-grade celestial weapon is probably the first royal-grade celestial weapon to be obtained from an origin stone in the past tens of thousands of years. Royal-grade celestial weapon? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong. Earlier, he had heard that someone had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. Moreover, the royal-grade celestial sword was about to be obtained by the Flying Tiger clan. The origin stone that contained the royal-grade celestial sword was from the 9th prince's shop in the Solitary Nation. The royal-grade celestial sword. They obtained it. The shopkeeper only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions left the shop. "Brother Duan, let's go in and have a look." After leaving the shop, Huang Jiolong looked at the inner market of West Lane City. Although Duan Lingtian planned to return to the inner market, he knew there was no rush. Therefore, he followed Huang Jiolong around the inner market of West Lane City. The first thing he did was to return to his room and retrieve the origin stone that the Chaos Divine Flame had said contained one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. A first-form Chaos Divine Earth. I wonder what it looks like. With a sense of curiosity, Duan Lingtian began to shatter the origin stone. At the same time, he swept the shattered origin stone aside and looked at the thing inside the origin stone seriously. During this process, Duan Lingtian also extended his spiritual consciousness. A moment later, a yellow tortoise shell appeared under the cover of Duan Lingtian's consciousness. The tortoise shell had countless tiny patterns on it, but now the entire tortoise shell was dark and gloomy. Just as Duan Lingtian swept away all the origin stones on the surface of the tortoise shell, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was because he saw a wave of dusky yellow radiance suddenly appear on the surface of the yellow tortoise shell. Although it was somewhat dim and was extinguished in an instant, it had indeed appeared. "You're mistaken. This isn't the first form of the Chaos Divine Earth, it's the 3rd form." Although the profound divine metal was speaking to the Chaos Divine Flame, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's voice. The third form of Chaos Divine Earth. For the 5 divine elements to evolve into their 3rd form, it would undoubtedly be a difficult process. This could be seen from the Chaos Divine Flame. As for the profound divine metal, it was only in its 2nd form. However, the grey tortoise shell in Duan Lingtian's hand was the 3rd form of the Chaos Divine Earth. I didn't expect it to be the 3rd form of the Chaos Divine Earth. Since it's already in its 3rd form, why is its aura so weak? The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Lad, drip a drop of your blood on it. We'll help you fuse it with your flesh and blood. With us around, you don't have to worry about it rejecting you." The Chaos Divine Flame spoke again to Duan Lingtian. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pricked his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on the tortoise shell in his hand. The blood continued to flow on the fine patterns on the tortoise shell. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel 2 energies surging out of his body and shrouding the tortoise shell. After a brief moment, a faint earthy yellow light appeared on the tortoise shell. It shone brightly with the golden and grey lights. After a brief moment, the 3 lights trembled. In the end, the golden and grey lights returned to Duan Lingtian's body. The earthy yellow light also returned to the tortoise shell. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the tortoise shell had disappeared into his palm in a flash. It was as though it had never appeared. "It entered my body." Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into his body and discovered the tortoise shell in his right arm. At this moment, the tortoise shell was attached to his right arm. It was small and exquisite, and it was tightly attached to his arm bone. At first glance, it seemed as though it had fused with his arm bone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see his 99 heavenly veins were continuously infusing his celestial origin energy into the tortoise shell. To be more precise, the tortoise shell was absorbing his celestial origin energy. During this process, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the celestial origin energy in his body decreasing at a rapid rate. After about 15 minutes, about 20% of the celestial origin energy in his body had been depleted. What is it doing? Duan Lingtian was slightly flustered. If this continued, The celestial origin energy in his body would be completely absorbed by the tortoise shell sooner or later. Don't panic. It has been away from its host for too long, so it's lacking in nutrients. After a few days, it won't absorb your celestial origin energy anymore. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. During these few days, you should cultivate with it and convert the heaven and earth spirit energy into celestial origin energy. This will help it recover and awaken. Awaken? Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up immediately. Did this mean the Chaos Divine Earth would awaken in a few days? Duan Lingtian immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. However, he did not open the pendant that contained the divine crystal. In the next few days, he did not cultivate to improve his cultivation base. Instead, he cultivated to provide the Chaos Divine Earth with sufficient celestial origin energy. Even if he did not use the divine crystal, he could still provide the Chaos Divine Earth with sufficient celestial origin energy. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian focused on cultivating in his room. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. In the outside world, the news of the royal grade celestial sword had spread like wildfire. Almost all of the sectless celestial kings in the solitary nation who had received the news came to the capital of the solitary nation to look for Bai Gang. However, even if he was being stared at by a group of people, Bai Gang still remained indifferent, and he even issued a statement that caused the group of immortal kings and independent cultivators to feel extremely helpless. I've hidden the royal grade celestial sword. Perhaps one of you might be able to find it, but it might not necessarily be the person who killed me who found it. I don't think anyone would be willing to be hunted down by the Flying Tiger clan after killing me without obtaining the royal grade celestial sword, right? Bai Gang's statement made the sectless celestial kings who had gathered in the capital of the solitary nation feel extremely helpless. Did Bai Gang really hide the royal grade celestial sword? Could he be lying to us? Perhaps. The royal grade celestial sword is still in his possession. If you were him, do you think you'd dare to keep the royal grade celestial sword in your possession? Wouldn't that be seeking death? We can't rule out the possibility that he's just trying to trick us. However, who would be willing to take the risk at this time? After all, killing him is equivalent to offending the Flying Tiger clan. No one would be willing to take the risk at this time. It's a pity we received the news too late. We didn't have time to make a move before Bai Gang hid the royal grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings were willing to take the risk, they did not want to take the risk since they might not be able to obtain the royal grade celestial sword. For this reason, over the next few days, more and more sectless celestial kings left the capital of the solitary nation. Only a few of them stayed behind to observe. 3 days later. It was the day before the Imperial Court of the Solitary Nation held the Imperial Court's auction. Tomorrow was the day the Imperial Court of the Solitary Nation would hold the auction. It's finally over. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he sensed the tortoise shell that seemed to have merged with his right arm was no longer absorbing his celestial origin energy. At the same time, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The profound divine metal? The chaos divine flame? It's in its third form as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a childish voice rang from his body. It was the voice of a young boy who had just learned how to speak 99 heavenly veins. This is a good host. Hey, both of you, get out of this host now. I want this host. The childish voice sounded, clearly satisfied with Duan Lingtian's host. At the same time, it seemed like the childish voice wanted to chase the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame away. Oh, you've got quite a temper. Since you dared to provoke both of us at once, it seems like you won't understand the situation you're in if we don't teach you a lesson. The chaos divine flame's mocking voice rang in the air. Profound divine metal, it seems like we'll have to work together again. That's exactly what I wanted. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian looked into his body and saw a grey energy surging out of the chaos divine flame. It intertwined with the golden energy that surged out of the profound divine metal before it shot toward his right arm. To be more precise, it shot toward the tortoise shell on his right arm. Just as the two energies were about to collide with the tortoise shell, a layer of khaki light appeared on the surface of the tortoise shell. At the same time, a vast khaki light surged out of the tortoise shell and collided with the energies of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. After a few moments, stop. Aren't the two of you shameless? Even if you want this host, you should fight me one by one, right? Chapter 2964. Although the Chaos Divine Earth was taunting the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, its childish voice was not intimidating at all. As one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth had its own pride. Naturally, it would not coexist with the other divine elements. For example, when the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were still in their second forms, the Chaos Divine Flame had thought about it for a long time before it agreed to coexist with the profound divine metal. At that time, the profound divine metal had offered to help the Chaos Divine Flame devour other Chaos Divine Flames in the future. Only then did the Chaos Divine Flame reluctantly agree. After that, the profound divine metal had fulfilled its promise and helped the Chaos Divine Flame devour another Chaos Divine Flame that was in its second form, allowing it to enter its third form. Although the Chaos Divine Earth sounds like a child who has just learned how to speak, it's obvious it doesn't want to coexist with the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce this from the Chaos Divine Earth's words. However, he was not worried about this at all. After all, he believed the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, who were also divine elements, would have thought of this and would have a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to guide him to the Chaos Divine Earth. Hee. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. The profound divine metal chuckled when it heard the Chaos Divine Earth's taunt. Little guy, it seems like you don't understand the situation. The Chaos Divine Flame and I have come to an agreement to coexist in the same body. We'll work together to deal with the outside world. It doesn't matter if you want to chase one of us out, the other one won't stand by and do nothing. So, you little brat, do you understand the situation now? The profound divine metal's smile widened when it finished speaking. As a second form profound divine metal, being able to oppress the third form Chaos Divine Earth was definitely something to be proud of. Who's the little guy? You're only in your second form, and I'm already in my third form. I should be the one calling you little guy. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger. However, due to its childish voice, its anger was not threatening at all. With that voice of yours, aren't you just a baby? Isn't it normal to call you little guy? The profound divine metal teased. What do you think? The little fellow was not convinced. Why don't you play with us again? Shameless. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. The Chaos Divine Earth roared. One-on-one? We're both divine elements, but I'm only in my second form while you're already in your third form. I'd be an idiot to fight you one-on-one. The profound divine metal ignored the Chaos Divine Earth's provocation and said, all right, let's get down to business. Little guy, do you plan to stay with us or leave this body? If my guess is correct, the reason why your aura was so dispirited was because your previous host body had died. Furthermore, when that host body was destroyed, you were also heavily injured. The profound divine metal guessed. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a moment before it said, as one of the 5 divine elements, don't you have your own pride? Don't you feel that being in the same body is a blasphemy to your pride? Pride? The profound divine metal laughed. I used to think the same way, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Back then, when the profound divine metal asked me to share a body with it, I was reluctant to do so due to my pride as one of the 5 divine elements. However, what it said to me at that time made me waver. Later on, it was proven that I made the right choice. Putting aside my pride as one of the 5 divine elements and sharing a body with one of the 5 divine elements was beneficial to me. The Chaos Divine Flame said. What did it say to you? A hint of curiosity could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice. At that time, I was only in my second form, and it was also in its second form, the profound divine metal. It told me that if I encountered other Chaos Divine flames in their second form, it would help me devour them. Later on, I did encounter another Chaos Divine flame that was in its second form. With its help, I successfully devoured it and evolved into its third form. I managed to retain my consciousness. The Chaos Divine flame continued to speak. Upon hearing this, the Chaos Divine Earth fell silent. As long as you stay here with us, it won't be difficult for you to devour a third form Chaos Divine Earth and transform into a fourth form Chaos Divine Earth with our help. The profound divine metal said. Even so, if I encounter a fourth form Chaos Divine Earth, even with your help, I won't be able to stop it from devouring me. Once it devours me, its host will perish as well. At that time, you will lose your host, and your vitality will be greatly damaged. You might even be devoured by other profound divine metals and Chaos Divine flames because of the lack of a suitable host. The Chaos Divine Earth voiced out its concerns. There are gains and losses. It's fine as long as you accept it. You can't just look at the losses and ignore the gains. Let go of your pride and have a bright future. So what if there's darkness behind you? Don't look back. The Chaos Divine flame chimed in. Let go of your pride and have a bright future. So what if there's darkness behind you? The Chaos Divine Earth repeated the Chaos Divine flame's words over and over again. After 15 minutes, it finally decided to stay in Duan Lingtian's body with the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine flame. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was the master, he had no say in the conversation between the Chaos Divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth. He did not even have the right to choose. Fortunately, he was satisfied with the outcome. The Chaos Divine flame can be used as a celestial flame, and the profound divine metal can be used as a defensive celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame, and profound divine metal are all 5 divine elements. It should be able to help me in some way, right? Meanwhile, the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame were still communicating with the Chaos Divine Earth. Why are you in the Origin Stone? The Chaos Divine Flame asked. Many years ago, when I was still in my second form, I encountered another Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. We were evenly matched during that battle, and our hosts perished during our battle. I was lucky enough to devour it and successfully evolved into the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth. Although I had evolved to the third form, my energy was not enough for me to find another host. For this reason, to protect myself, I could only form a layer of Origin Stone on my body to reduce the loss of energy in my body. In the Origin Stone, I fell into a deep slumber. You know what happened after that. Under your guidance, this host found me. You found another host, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Although the 5 divine elements could exist without a host, they would not die if they did not have a host for a long time. However, the energy in their bodies would disappear, and they would fall into a deep slumber. If another 5 divine element of the same element found them while they were in a deep slumber, even if they were in a higher form, they would still be devoured and absorbed by the other 5 divine elements. For this reason, 5 divine elements with intelligence in their second form or higher would try their best to find a suitable host to reduce the risk of being devoured. Moreover, with a host body, they would have the opportunity to devour other 5 divine elements, which would allow them to further transform and evolve. As expected. Apparently, the profound divine metal's guess was right. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. The sound was like thunder, and one could vaguely hear that it was coming from a place far away. I, Bai Zhenyu, finally have a royal-grade celestial weapon. After the laughter stopped, an old and loud voice rang in the air. It was so loud that it seemed to resound in the capital of the solitary nation. Bai Zhenyu. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Is this person one of the 2 vice-patriarchs of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion? When Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian mentioning the royal-grade celestial weapon, he instantly knew Duan Lingtian was from the Flying Tiger Clan. After Bai Gang reported the news of the royal-grade celestial sword to the Solitary Nation, the members of the Flying Tiger clan rushed to the capital of the Solitary Nation. Based on his words, it was clear he held a high position in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nethermansions territory. To be able to rush here from the Flying Tiger branch clan in just a few days. This person is most likely one of the 2 vice clan leaders of the Flying Tiger branch clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from Huang Jiolong that he was a member of the imperial family. The Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers were 10 directions celestial kings. Generally speaking, a peak-advanced king-grade celestial beast like the golden flying tiger could easily break through and become a 9 palaces celestial king as long as they did not die prematurely. However, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. One had to have a certain amount of luck to break through and become a 10 directions celestial king. The 3 golden flying tigers in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion were all 10 directions celestial kings. I heard from Jiolong that Uncle Bai told him there's only 1 royal-grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. The 2 vice clan leaders who are 10 directions celestial dukes are also 10 directions celestial kings. Chapter 2965. Duan Lingtian speculated. By Zhan, you should be the stronger of the 2 vice clan leaders of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, the capital of the Solitary Nation was in an uproar. Bai Zhan Yu. He came personally. Heavens. Bai Zhan Yu is the 2nd strongest person in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. His strength is second only to the patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. The Flying Tiger clan's branch has a royal-grade celestial weapon in the clan leader's possession. Now that another royal-grade celestial weapon has appeared, it's only natural that it belongs to Bai Zhan Yu. I didn't expect him to come. If it's him, we won't be able to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings had left the capital of the Solitary Nation, more and more powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory had arrived. The temptation of the royal-grade celestial sword was too great. The 3 sects and 2 clans were not strong enough to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon since they were only grade 7 forces. However, since they had close ties with the profound Nether Mansion, it would not be difficult for them to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon as long as they obtained permission from the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, many powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans came to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword that had appeared in the capital of the Solitary Nation a few days ago. Apart from the 3 sects and 2 clans, there were also powerhouses from other forces, including celestial beast clans and sectless cultivators. Naturally, there were also powerhouses from grade 8 clans and sects. They were here to join in the fun. Since their forces were not as strong as the Solitary Nation, they knew the royal-grade celestial weapon was not something they could obtain. Swoosh. At this moment, almost everyone in the capital of the Solitary Nation heard the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air. The people who witnessed the huge sword light blooming in the sky above the capital of the Solitary Nation could clearly see that there was a huge sword light. In the north of the Solitary Nation, a towering mountain was split in half by this sword ray. Some people approached the mountain peak to take a look, only to see that not only was the mountain peak split in half, but even the crack between the mountain peaks was so deep that one could not see the bottom. The might of this sword shocked everyone. This is the power of a 10 directions celestial king using a royal-grade celestial weapon? That's not an ordinary 10 directions celestial king. That's a peak-advanced king-grade celestial beast, the golden flying tiger. His strength far surpasses ordinary 10 directions celestial kings. That's right. Once the golden flying tiger, a 10 directions celestial king, reveals its true form and uses the royal-grade celestial sword, there are very few human 10 directions celestial kings who are a match for it. How terrifying. I'm afraid only a handful of people in the profound Nether Mansion are capable of snatching the royal-grade celestial sword from him, right? Most of them have royal-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, it's impossible for them to make a move. That's right. Even if they want to snatch the royal grade celestial sword from Bai Zhenyu, considering the Flying Tiger clan's background, they won't make a move. Most importantly, the royal grade celestial sword was obtained by the Flying Tiger clan through stone gambling. It's only natural that it belongs to them. A few days later, the royal grade celestial sword was found in the capital of the solitary nation. Due to the strength and background of the royal grade celestial sword's owner, no one dared to object to him obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. At this moment, the powerhouses from the various sects who had come from afar also left. They returned to where they had come from. As for the powerhouses from the grade 8 clans and sects, they stayed behind for the time being. This was because the imperial family of the solitary nation would be holding the imperial auction tomorrow. If they did not come for the royal grade celestial sword, they would not be interested in the auction. However, since they were here, they naturally wanted to join in the fun. In the imperial palace of the solitary nation, Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were staying in the residence. Brother Duan. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and out of the courtyard when Huang Jiolong's voice rang from outside. Brother Duan, let's go. Uncle Bai and the senior from the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion are waiting for us. A hint of excitement could be seen on Huang Jiolong's face when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Huang Jiolong's words. The senior wants to reward us for obtaining the royal grade celestial sword for him and the Flying Tiger clan, Huang Jiolong said. According to Uncle Bai, the Flying Tiger clan hates owing people favors. Once they owe someone a favor, they'll return it as soon as possible. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. As it turned out, the powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch was going to reward them immediately. Jiolong, the royal grade celestial sword, Duan Lingtian was about to say he did not contribute when Huang Jiolong interrupted him. Brother Duan, there's no need to beat around the bush. Both of us know how I obtained the royal grade celestial sword. If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have been able to buy the sword-shaped origin stones. If I didn't buy the sword-shaped origin stones, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the royal grade celestial sword. For this reason, it's all thanks to you, Huang Jiolong said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect his joke back then would result in a royal grade celestial sword. Moreover, it would bring him so many benefits. The powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch would definitely not be stingy since he had obtained the royal grade celestial sword. There was no doubt about this. Since Huang Jiolong had said so much, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. After all, he knew it would be pointless for him to say anything. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian had a good understanding of Huang Jiolong's character. At the same time, he was 100% certain Huang Jiolong was a friend of Duan Lingtian. He was certain Huang Jiolong was a good friend. After all, not everyone was willing to share such benefits with others. After this incident, Huang Jiolong's position in Duan Lingtian's heart had changed. He now regarded Huang Jiolong as a true friend. In other words, Huang Jiolong was a true friend of Duan Lingtian. He had acknowledged Huang Jiolong as a friend. After living 2 lives, Duan Lingtian did not have many friends. Although there were people who would occasionally appear by his side, most of them were just passers-by in his life. Bai Zhenyu was an old man who was as tall as Bai Gang. His short white hair was spiky, and his face was covered with curly hair. He looked like a white-furred lion. He stood there like an iron tower. His muscles were bulging, giving off an oppressive aura. Vice-clan leader, the two of them obtained the royal grade celestial sword from the origin stone. Bai Gang, who was standing next to Bai Zhenyu, said respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong, who had just entered the main hall. Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei were also present. They stood below Bai Zhenyu. Even someone as strong as Old Mo didn't dare to breathe loudly before him. He was merely a basic celestial king. However, Bai Zhenyu was a 10 directions celestial king. Most importantly, he was only a low-level king-grade celestial beast, while Bai Zhenyu was a peak high-level king-grade celestial beast. Regardless of their strength, just the difference in the grade of the immortal beast was enough to make him feel suffocated. Not bad, not bad. As soon as Bai Gang finished speaking, Bai Zhenyue looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong and nodded his head in satisfaction. I heard from Bai Gang that you're a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though you're not even 100 years old. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation. Bai Zhenyue's eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian as he said, what a pity. Although there are many humans in the Flying Tiger clan, it's destined that humans won't be able to enter the core of the Flying Tiger clan. They can only be peripheral members of the Flying Tiger clan. With your innate talent, it's a waste for you to be an outer member of the Flying Tiger clan. Bai Zhenyue said. Senior, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian replied modestly. Alright, I'll be leaving the solitary nation soon, so I'll make a long story short. Bai Zhenyue raised an eyebrow and smiled. It was obvious he was in a good mood now that he had obtained the royal grade celestial sword. I have a wind-type king-grade divine ability and an earth-type king-grade celestial method. Both of you can choose one. Naturally, both of you can't choose the same celestial method because I only have one memory celestial talisman for each of these celestial methods and divine abilities. I'm sure both of you know that the memory celestial talismans that record celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade are different from those that record celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade. The latter can be used repeatedly, but the former can only be used once. After that, it'll disappear completely. Bai Zhenyue explained. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he was in the supporting Fall Nation. The memory celestial talismans that recorded celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade contained a lot of comprehension of the laws. Therefore, they could only be used once. Earth-type king grade celestial method? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, choose the Earth-type king grade celestial method. As long as you obtain the king grade celestial method, I'll be able to help you quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth. At that time, your strength will increase tremendously. A hint of pride could be heard in the chaos divine Earth's childish voice when it reached the end of its sentence. King grade divine ability. King grade celestial method. As soon as Bai Zhenyue finished speaking, whether it was Bai Gang, Elder Mo, or even Huang Yuanfei, they were all shocked. Chapter 2966. In the Devata realms, whether it was celestial weapons, celestial methods, or divine abilities, there was a huge gap between the Duke grade and the King grade. Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities were similar to Heaven grade, Earth grade, Black grade, and Yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities. On the other hand, celestial methods and divine abilities above the King grade were not divided into offensive celestial methods and divine abilities, defensive celestial methods and divine abilities, movement celestial methods and divine abilities, and offensive and defensive celestial methods and divine abilities. Celestial methods and divine abilities above the King grade revolved around the law. The comprehension of the law of a King grade celestial method and divine ability was ever-changing. The same law could be used for offense, defense, or even speed. For this reason, King grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely precious. They were not inferior to King grade cultivation methods. It should be noted that celestial methods and divine abilities below the King grade, such as Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities, were much more valuable than celestial methods and divine abilities below the King grade. It seems like Lord Vice Patriarch is really happy to have obtained the royal grade celestial sword. Even he doesn't have many memory celestial talismans that contain King grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Bai Gang thought to himself. Although the memory celestial talismans that contained King grade celestial methods and divine abilities were one-time use memory celestial talismans, it was much more difficult to inscribe than one-time use memory celestial talismans. This was because one had to comprehend the law contained in the memory celestial method and divine ability to a certain extent before one could inscribe a memory celestial talisman that contained King grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Based on his knowledge, There was only one person in the Flying Tiger clan who was capable of inscribing king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. That person was none other than the patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. Moreover, inscribing memory celestial talismans required a lot of energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to inscribe memory celestial talismans endlessly. For this reason, memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare and valuable. Earth-type king-grade celestial technique. When Bai Xinye mentioned the Earth-type king-grade celestial method, Duan Lingtian immediately recalled what the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame had told him. The profound divine metal had said that as long as he evolved to the third form and obtained a metal-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend the law of metal. The chaos divine flame had also said that as long as he could obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, he would be able to quickly comprehend the law of fire contained in the celestial method or divine ability. He didn't even need to think about it to be certain. The third form of the chaos divine earth would definitely be able to help him quickly comprehend the law of earth when he obtained earth-type king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, his heartbeat quickened when Bai Xinye mentioned the Earth-type king-grade celestial method. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Monarch mystique. King-grade celestial technique? Huang Jiolong was shocked by Bai Xinye's generosity. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He quickly looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, you can choose first," Huang Jiolong said. In truth, he was more interested in obtaining the Wind-type king-grade divine ability. Compared to the law of earth contained in the Earth-type king-grade celestial method, the law of wind contained in the Wind-type king-grade divine ability was more offensive. Earth elemental laws were more inclined towards defense and support. However, he was more interested in obtaining the Wind-type king-grade divine ability that contained the law of wind. He was certain Duan Lingtian would want this divine ability as well. For this reason, he decided to give the Wind-type king-grade divine ability to Duan Lingtian. Me. Upon hearing Huang Jiolong's words, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. However, he did not decline and looked at Bai Xinye. Huang Jiolong sighed when he saw this. As expected, the Wind-type king-grade divine ability was very tempting to Duan Lingtian. He did not decline. At this moment, everyone present on the scene shared the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian. However, when Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Xinye, his words shocked Huang Jiolong and the others. "Senior, I want the Earth-type king-grade celestial method," Duan Lingtian said in a clear voice. Huang Jiolong did not decline because he wanted the Earth-type king-grade celestial method as well. After all, he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body to help him quickly comprehend the law of Earth contained in the celestial method. "Brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this." Huang Jiolong smiled bitterly. At the same time, he felt slightly ashamed. He had thought Duan Lingtian wanted the Wind-type divine ability so much that he did not decline. Now, it seemed like Duan Lingtian had made up his mind to let Huang Jiolong have the Wind-type divine ability. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had chosen the Earth-type celestial method. At this moment, the others had the same thought as well. They thought Duan Lingtian was using this method to let Huang Jiolong have the Wind-type divine ability. "Little fella, you better think carefully." Bai Xinye looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Although it's possible for Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities to contain the law of Earth that's more offensive, most Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities are more defensive and assistive. The law of Earth contained in this Earth-type immortal technique is also inclined towards support." Bai Xinye said. "Why do these fellows look down on the law of Earth? Although only a small portion of the laws of Earth are offensive profundities, the profundities that are offensive profundities of the laws of Earth are definitely top-tier offensive profundities." The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. It was clearly angry that Bai Xinye, Huang Jiolong, and the others looked down on the law of Earth. Moreover, the law of Earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elemental laws. Apart from the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice are all derived from the law of the 5 elemental laws. In terms of defense, the law of earth is the best. What's the use of having a powerful offense without a powerful defense? The chaos divine earth was clearly angered. I've made up my mind. I want the earth-type celestial method. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Zhenyue and said solemnly. After listening to Bai Zhenyue and the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. He finally understood why Huang Jiolong and the others had such an expression on their faces when he chose the earth-type celestial method. As it turned out, most people in the Devata realms thought the law of wind was more offensive than the law of earth. For this reason, most people who had not comprehended a law would prefer the law of wind if they had a choice. If Duan Lingtian did not have the chaos divine earth in his body, he might have made the same choice. However, now that he had the chaos divine earth in his body, the earth-type celestial method was the best choice for him. Brother Duan, you don't have to be so modest, Huang Jiolong smiled wryly. Jiolong, I'm not being modest. I really want the earth-type celestial method. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if Huang Jiolong did not believe him, he still had to tell the truth. Naturally, he knew Huang Jiolong would still think he was being modest unless he told Huang Jiolong about the chaos divine earth. However, he did not bother to explain himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian obtained the earth-type king-grade celestial method from Bai Zhenyue. The earth-type king-grade celestial method was called the Black Rock Prison. Crack. After Duan Lingtian crushed the memory celestial talisman that contained the earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, a torrent of information surged into his mind. And this information was about the Black Rock Prison. This king-grade celestial method will help you comprehend the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. As soon as the information from the memory celestial talisman entered Duan Lingtian's mind, the chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in his mind. The earth elemental profundity is the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth. The gravitational space profundity is an assistive profundity. The chaos divine Earth paused for a moment before it added, although it's an assistive profundity, the gravitational space profundity has offensive and defensive characteristics as well. It was, without a doubt, venting its displeasure at Huang Jiolong and the others' disdain for the law of Earth. Since the purpose of celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade is to comprehend the laws, why is there a need to differentiate between celestial methods and divine abilities? Aren't they all the same? Duan Lingtian asked. It's mainly to differentiate internal assistive profundities. All divine abilities above the king grade contain internal assistive profundity. The chaos divine Earth replied. Internal assistive profundity? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. For example, assistive celestial methods below the king grade are only assistive methods. They can't boost one's celestial origin energy for a short period of time. These assistive methods are called external assistive methods. For example, the gravitational space profundity contained in the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you just obtained is an external assistive profundity. On the other hand, assistive divine abilities below the king grade can boost one's celestial origin energy for a short period of time. These assistive methods are called internal assistive methods. Since this old man has a wind-type king-grade divine ability, it means there's an internal assistive profundity contained in the law of wind in this divine ability. The chaos divine Earth finished speaking in one breath. All divine abilities above the king grade contain internal assistive profundities. As for celestial methods above the king grade, they are all-encompassing. There are profundities that focus on offense, defense, speed, and external assistive profundities. Chapter 2967. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood why there was a distinction between celestial methods and divine abilities at the king grade and above. As it turned out, divine abilities at the king grade and above were all divine abilities that contained the law of internal support. For example, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered, was also a type of internal support technique. Previously, Huolaro, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, told me that the elementary devouring tactic is a modified version of a powerful divine ability, the advanced devouring tactic, in the Devata realms. The advanced devouring tactic is the famous divine ability of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. The divine ability of a heavenly emperor must be at the king grade or above. Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Devata realm, Huolaro, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had told him about the advanced devouring tactic. Moreover, the advanced devouring tactic is definitely not just a king-grade divine ability. It might even be an emperor-grade divine ability or an emperor-grade divine ability, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. After so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about Huolaro again. I wonder where Huolaro is now. In the past, when Huolaro and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared, Duan Lingtian had thought Huolaro had detonated the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and all the celestial weapons in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to save him. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the matter had become more and more confusing. After arriving in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian was finally able to ascertain the truth. The weapon spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon could not destroy an emperor-grade celestial weapon even if it detonated itself. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Huolaro was still alive. As for the disappearance of Huolaro and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he was certain there was an invisible hand behind the disappearance of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I wonder what kind of lore is contained in the divine ability, the Great Devouring Tactic. Could it be the law of devouring that the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, the law of Earth is the orthodox law of the five elemental laws. Apart from some special laws such as the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the laws of nature such as the law of wind, the law of lightning, and the law of ice are all derived from the laws of the five elemental laws. These were the Chaos Divine Earth's exact words. One of them was the law of devouring. Bai Gang, do you want to follow me back to the clan to receive your reward now, or do you want to wait for a while and receive it yourself? Bai Zhenyue looked at Bai Gang and asked after he passed the memory immortal talisman to Huang Jiolong Vice Patriarch, I'll go back with you. Bai Gang said without any hesitation. His tone was unusually excited, as if the reward he was about to receive was far more valuable than what Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong had received. All right. Bai Zhenyue nodded. Bai Gang left with Bai Zhenyue. He did not greet Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong since both of them were immersed in the celestial methods and divine abilities they had just obtained. He did not greet Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei. Based on Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei's expressions, it was clear they knew Bai Gang was going to leave. Father, where's Uncle Bai? Huang Yuanfei asked. He did not see Bai Gang when he regained his senses. It was only natural for Bai Zhenyue to leave the capital of the solitary nation and return to the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. However, why was his uncle Bai gone as well? Your uncle Bai has returned to the clan. Huang Yuanfei smiled. You're quite lucky to have obtained a king-grade divine ability. Even your father hasn't obtained a celestial method or divine ability that's above the king grade. Huang Yuanfei was truly happy that his son could obtain a king-class divine art. In fact, he was happier than if he had obtained a king-grade divine ability. He has returned to the clan? Why? Huang Jiolong frowned. Will Uncle Bai come back? Huang Jiolong asked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Just like how Elder Mo had watched Huang Yuanfei grow up, Bai Gang had also watched Huang Jiolong grow up. Thus, Huang Jiolong had deep feelings for Bai Gang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He noticed Bai Gang's departure as well. He could sense Huang Jiolong's disappointment as well. Don't worry, your uncle Bai will return once he completes his evolution. Huang Yuanfei continued to say with a smile, it's a good thing for your uncle Bai to return to the clan. He obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger clan's branch family, so the benefits he reaped aren't any less than the two of you. Chem. Huang Jiolong's curiosity was piqued when he heard his father's words. Father, what benefits did Uncle Bai obtain? Moreover, he has to return to the clan to reap the benefits. Your uncle Bai obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool that only opens once every 10,000 years in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. Huang Yuan Fei's smile widened when he finished speaking. Bai Gang was his brother. The more benefits Bai Gang obtained, the happier he would be for him. The cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian was still wondering about the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family when Huang Jiolong's eyes lit up with joy. Father, is this true? Huang Jiolong asked excitedly. Uncle Bai, he obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool? Yes. Huang Yuan Fei nodded. That's great. When I was young, I heard Uncle Bai talk about it more than once. He said his biggest dream is to enter the cleansing pool. Huang Jiolong was overjoyed. I didn't expect his wish to come true. Uncle Huang, Jiolong. What's the cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuan Fei and Huang Jiolong with a puzzled expression on his face. Brother Duan, that purification pool is a spiritual pool that only opens once every 10,000 years. Every time, only one copper-marked flying tiger can enter. In response to Duan Lingtian's confusion, Huang Jiolong took the initiative to explain to Duan Lingtian. After the copper flying tiger enters the purification pool, it only needs to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years to absorb the special energy in the purification pool. After 10 years, it'll evolve into a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. The Profound Nethermansions branch in the Profound Nethermansions territory only allows copper flying tigers to enter. Silver-striped flying tigers and golden-striped flying tigers won't be able to enter the pool. It's said that there's a cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan in the Profound Nethermansions territory that only opens once every 30,000 years. The cleansing pool allows a silver flying tiger to evolve into a golden flying tiger, a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Huang Jiolong said excitedly, in other words, when Uncle Bai returns after 10 years, he'll no longer be a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast, a copper-marked flying tiger, but a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast, a silver flying tiger. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Now, he finally understood why Huang Jiolong was so agitated earlier. As it turned out, this was how the purification pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch was. Without a fortuitous encounter, a copper-marked flying tiger will forever remain a 3-talent celestial king. However, once it evolves into a silver flying tiger, it'll be able to break through and become a 6-combo celestial king. A 3-talent celestial king and a 6-combo celestial king were on completely different levels. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew this was a great opportunity for Bai Gang to be reborn. Little Tian, tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Family's auction. If there's no unforeseen circumstances, the auction will start at night. Huang Yuan Fei said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. All right, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Huang Yuan Fei and Old Mo before he left the hall. Huang Jiolong followed after him. Brother Duan, what's the name of the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you obtained? Huang Jiolong asked curiously after he caught up to Duan Lingtian. Black Rock Prison. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Black Rock Prison? Based on the name, it seems like the Earth-type celestial method is mainly an assist-type celestial method. It should be a restraining celestial method, right? Huang Jiolong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the Earth-type celestial method, he could roughly guess the effects of the celestial method based on its description. Once the Black Rock Prison was formed, the gravitational force inside would be able to change according to one's will, and one could toy with the opponent imprisoned inside. Apart from that, the gravitational force could be used to control and injure people. The Black Rock Prison could also be formed around one's body to defend against attacks. What about the wind-type divine ability you obtained? Duan Lingtian asked. He was also curious about the wind-type divine ability Huang Jiolong had obtained. According to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame, all divine abilities above the king grade were basically divine abilities that contained an assist-type law. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that Huang Jiolong's wind-type divine ability did not contain an attack or speed-type law profundity. It should be an assist-type law profundity. My wind-type divine ability is called the gathering of wind and cloud. It gathers the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, this divine ability also contains another profundity from the law of wind called the gathering wind profundity. The gathering wind profundity is a method of gathering the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Huang Jiolong explained. Huang Jiolong's words confirmed the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame's earlier words. All divine abilities above the king grade contained an assist-type law profundity. Chapter 2968. During his conversation with Huang Jiolong, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the wind-type king-grade divine ability, gathering wind and cloud. Brother Duan, why don't we exchange our celestial methods and divine abilities? Give me your earth-type celestial method, and I'll give you my wind-type divine ability. Until now, Huang Jiolong still thought Duan Lingtian intended to let him have the wind-type divine ability. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Jiolong, I really want the earth-type celestial method. Brother Duan, although I haven't come into contact with king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, as the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Huang Jiolong's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, although the law of wind gathering wind profundity I've obtained isn't an offensive profundity, there are only a few profundities from the law of wind that aren't offensive profundities. The wind-type divine ability I obtained not only allows me to comprehend the gathering wind profundity, but it also allows me to comprehend the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity is the foundation of the law of wind. All other profundities from the law of wind must be based on this foundation. With a good foundation, it'll be easier for you to comprehend other profundities from the law of wind in the future. Huang Jiolong paused for a moment before he continued to say, a person's energy is limited. A person's energy is limited. If you want to go further on the path of the laws, you have to specialize in one law. If you try to comprehend the profundities of the law of earth now, spend some effort and have some achievements, and have the opportunity to obtain an offensive law like the law of wind in the future, are you going to abandon the law of earth and switch to another law? Huang Jiolong was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to give him the earth-type celestial method so he could give the wind-type divine ability to Duan Lingtian. Jiolong, upon hearing Huang Jiolong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I plan to cultivate the laws of earth. Even if I have the opportunity to comprehend the laws of wind in the future, I don't plan on switching to the laws of wind. Moreover, it can't be said that the law of earth is definitely inferior to the law of wind. Don't tell me the law of earth is weaker than the law of wind for people of the same cultivation base who have comprehended the law of wind. The laws aren't actually that important. What's important is the person who controls the laws, Duan Lingtian said. The last sentence was what the Chaos Divine Earth had told Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had repeated it to Huang Jiolong. Naturally, he felt that the Chaos Divine Earth was right. Moreover, he also knew why Huang Jiolong had such thoughts. It was entirely because the laws of wind leaned more towards attack and speed than the laws of earth. Such thoughts had long since taken root in his mind. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, the reason Huang Jiolong, Huang Yuanfei, and the others had such thoughts was because of this. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, they had only come into contact with a few profundities from the law of earth. More than 80% of the profundities from the law of wind focus on offense and speed. On the other hand, only one profundity from the law of earth focuses on offense and speed. However, the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed are not inferior to any of the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed. These were the Chaos Divine Earth's exact words. With your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of earth in the future. However, most of the people here won't be able to go far. It's already considered good if they can comprehend 2 or 3 profundities from the same law. Since they don't have the opportunity to comprehend all the profundities from the same law, they prefer the law of wind that focuses on attack and speed. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized something. The reason Huang Jiolong, Huang Yuanfei, and the others thought the law of wind was better than the law of earth was because their horizons were too limited. Naturally, without me, the law of wind will be more helpful to you than the law of earth. Although the law of earth has one profundity that focuses on attack and another profundity that focuses on speed, it's much more difficult to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain both profundities compared to the law of wind's profundities. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, with me around, if you want to comprehend the law of earth through celestial methods and divine abilities, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth at least 10 times faster than someone with the same level of comprehension as you. This is because I'm only in my 3rd form. With my help, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth 100 times faster than those with the same level of comprehension as you. A hint of temptation could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. For this reason, boy, you'll have to help me evolve to my 4th form in the future. Duan Lingtian found it strange when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice that sounded like an old man speaking in an old-fashioned manner. It's true. The Chaos Divine Flame and I feel the same way. The profound Divine Metal, who had not spoken for a long time, chimed in at this moment. Naturally, with my current strength, I won't be able to help you quickly comprehend the law of metal even if you obtain a king-grade celestial method and divine ability. However, once I evolve to my 3rd form, I'll be able to help you. Now, I only need a 1st form profound divine metal to reach the 3rd form. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. With its current foundation, even a 1st form profound divine metal would be enough to help it evolve to its 3rd form. Hey, Chaos Divine Flame, I think it's fate that the 3 of us are in the same body. Why don't we rank based on who evolves to the 3rd form first? The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air again. It sounded excited as it said, I'm the first one to evolve to the 3rd form among the 3 of us. I'll be the eldest. Chaos Divine Flame, you'll be the 2nd eldest. As for the profound divine metal, it's only in its 2nd form. Naturally, you'll be the 3rd eldest. I think that's a good idea. It's decided then. Hey, did you hear that? Don't play dead. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth was the only one speaking in Duan Lingtian's body. No matter how much he called out to them, the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal ignored him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huang Jiolong and returned to his courtyard. My lord. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, he saw Liu Guanglin standing there. Liu Guanglin greeted him respectfully with bright eyes. It seems like you've stabilized your cultivation base. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Yes. Liu Guanglin nodded before he said, My lord, please forgive me for not following you around for the past few days. For the past few days, Liu Guanglin had not been by Duan Lingtian's side because he was in the final stages of stabilizing his cultivation base. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had been acting alone for the past few days. Tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nations auction. You should rest well tonight. Come with me to the auction tomorrow. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Liu Guanglin before he returned to his room. After returning to his room, the first thing he did was to speak to the Chaos Divine Earth in his body. Stop shouting. It's obvious that they don't want to talk to you. You sound like a child who has just learned how to talk. Do you think they'll let you be their boss? Duan Lingtian's words hit the nail on the head, causing the Chaos Divine Earth to fall silent. After a long while, it scoffed and said, I can't control my voice. One day, I'll make them willingly acknowledge me as their boss. You're ambitious. Duan Lingtian praised the Chaos Divine Earth. Then, he asked, as the Chaos Divine Earth, don't you have any abilities? Senior Profound Divine Metal can protect my soul and help me fend off soul attacks. It can also conceal my aura. According to him, as long as it evolves into its 3rd form, it can possess my celestial artifact and strengthen its power. Senior Chaos Divine Flame can help me refine pills and forge weapons. Although I don't have a celestial fire, it can help me become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian intentionally praised the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame so the chaos divine earth could tell him how it could help him. Brat, you've said so much because you want to know how I can help you. Do you think I can't tell? Alas, the chaos divine earth saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It chuckled and said, "It's not difficult for me to help you in any way you want me to help you. You just have to promise me one thing." The chaos divine earth said. "What is it?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. He did not expect the chaos divine earth to be so smart despite its childlike voice and childlike personality. "Convince the chaos divine flame and profound divine metal to become my subordinates." The chaos divine earth chuckled. "Forget it. I don't need your help. With your strength, you're not even worthy of carrying the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame's shoes. How dare you think you can become their boss?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he shrugged. "Brat, your provocation won't work. My voice may sound childish, but my thoughts aren't. Don't treat me like a child," the chaos divine earth said, slightly annoyed. "You know how to provoke me. I really didn't expect you to be so smart. Alright, I'm not interested in knowing how strong you are for now. I'd like to see how you're going to help me comprehend the law of Earth." Chapter 2969. The Black Rock Prison was an Earth-type King-grade celestial method. The most important profundity it contained was the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. With the gravitational space profundity and the black rock pillars formed by the Earth elemental profundity, the Black Rock Prison would be formed to imprison one's opponent. In order to prevent one's opponent from escaping, the gravitational space profundity would imbue the prison with a gravitational force that would affect one's opponent. In order to master the Black Rock Prison, one must first comprehend the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. The Earth elemental profundity was the foundation profundity. All king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would have a corresponding foundation profundity. For this reason, many people called king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities the foundation of laws. If one did not obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, one would not be able to comprehend a royal-grade celestial method, divine ability, or emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability. After all, royal-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and emperor-grade celestial methods did not have a foundation profundity. If one wanted to comprehend a law's foundation profundity, one had to obtain a corresponding king-grade celestial method or divine ability. This was common knowledge in the Devata realms. "Boy, I told you earlier that with my help in my third form, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of Earth will be 10 times faster than other people with the same level of comprehension. The profundities from the law of Earth I'm talking about are only the profundities from the law of Earth other than the Earth elemental profundity," the Chaos Divine Earth said when it saw Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the law of Earth using the Black Rock Prison. "What do you mean? Are you saying you can't help me comprehend the law of Earth's foundation profundity, the Earth elemental profundity?" Duan Lingtian, who was meditating with his eyes closed, frowned when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. "Of course not," the Chaos Divine Earth said proudly. "I can help you comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in one night. You have to know that if an ordinary person wants to comprehend the fundamental profundity of a law, even if they have a higher comprehension ability, they would still need at least 3 to 5 years without the help of external forces. For those with a lower comprehension ability, they might need a few decades or even 100 years, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to say indifferently. In fact, some of the more foolish ones won't be able to comprehend the fundamental profundities of a law. These people are destined to have no fate with the law. Comprehending it overnight? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. The Chaos Divine Earth's words meant that, with the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he would be able to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Was the Chaos Divine Earth really that powerful? Comprehending the Earth element in a single night? Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty. Humph. You'll find out tomorrow morning whether I'm kidding or not. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it heard Duan Lingtian's words. Relax your body and clear your mind. Then, spread your divine consciousness out. I will guide your divine sense to communicate with the earth elemental essence in this world. During this process, what you need to do is to sense the characteristics of the earth elemental essence, as well as other things that you can sense. Once you've familiarized yourself with the earth elemental profundity, you'll be able to fuse your celestial origin energy with the earth elemental profundity. At that time, your attacks will be much more powerful. After the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, it fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed the Chaos Divine Earth's instructions and calmed down. He relaxed his body and cleared his mind before he spread his divine consciousness around aimlessly. Initially, Duan Lingtian, who had cleared his mind, did not feel anything. However, after a dozen breaths, he was shocked to discover his divine consciousness had easily penetrated the ground and entered the depths of the earth. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Did the Chaos Divine Earth do this? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he discovered another problem. After his divine consciousness entered the depths of the earth, he could clearly hear vibrations in the air. It was as though the earth in the distance was resonating with his divine consciousness. Thump, thump, thump. A series of vibrations that sounded like a human's heartbeat rang in the air. Thump, 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 thump. A series of rapid vibrations rang in the air. It sounded as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The sound was so powerful that it seemed as though it could crack the earth. In the end, the vibrations were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was hard to fathom. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness seemed to have become one with the earth. It was as though he was carrying countless things with the earth. There were buildings rooted in the earth, plants, humans, celestial beasts, and many other life forms. There were also towering mountains and precipitous ridges that seemed to have become one with the earth. Time continued to pass quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. He only knew his divine consciousness had merged with the earth. It felt as though he could sense everything in the earth. During this process, he had also familiarized himself with the earth that formed the earth. He knew the earth was not the same as the loose earth used to carry the plants. The rocks that formed the towering mountains, as well as the rocks that were harder than steel that had been formed over tens of thousands of years, were also soil. However, it was earth that had been baptized by nature for a certain period of time. At some point, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness had left the earth and entered the air. At this moment, he discovered the air was filled with earth. Even the air was filled with the aura of earth. It was a gentle, thick, and steady aura that gave people a strong sense of security. Is this the earth elemental element? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Time continued to pass. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he discovered the night had already passed. The sun was rising from the east, and it shone on him through the window screen. The earth elemental element, as Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the air around him began to vibrate. Following that, rays of earthen yellow light began to shine around his celestial origin energy. Soon after, the celestial origin energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body transformed into khaki energy that coiled around his body like khaki pythons. The celestial origin energy that has merged with the earth elemental element is so powerful. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he sensed the power of his celestial origin energy that had merged with the earth elemental element. After obtaining the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the differences between King-grade celestial methods and celestial methods below the King-grade. Unless one mastered a celestial method or divine ability that could replace a celestial method or divine ability below the King-grade, one could still use a celestial method or divine ability below the King-grade to fill the gap. Just like Duan Lingtian. The earth elemental element was only a basic profundity from the law of earth. In other words, After Duan Lingtian had merged his celestial origin energy with the earth elemental element, he could still use any technique he had learned in the past to maximize his strength. This was because the earth elemental element did not conflict with his celestial origin energy. With my current strength, I can defeat Jiolong with just one move even without the energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. In the past, Duan Lingtian had defeated Huang Jiolong with just one move. However, he had mostly relied on the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After that, unless he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, he would not stand a chance against Huang Jiolong. Now that he had comprehended the earth elemental profundity, overnight, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Huang Jiolong with just one move. The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation defeated everyone below the celestial dukes with his heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial cultivation base. It seems like he has mastered the power of the law. Previously, I was surprised by the power of the law. However, it seems like I'm not surprised at all. Even if he has only mastered the fundamental profundity of a law and merged it with his celestial origin energy, as long as he has mastered celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade, it won't be difficult for him to defeat everyone below the celestial dukes. After comprehending the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of how powerful the law was. Even so, that person's innate talent is extraordinary. After all, he's not even 100 years old, but he has mastered the power of the law and defeated everyone below the celestial dukes in a nation. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brat, do you still doubt me? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. I don't doubt you anymore, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. However, I think if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of fire, senior Chaos Divine Flame, you should be able to help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight, right? This, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth was speechless. After all, the Chaos Divine Flame was indeed able to help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight. If you obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll help you comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours. The primal Chaos Divine Flame's ancient and prideful voice resounded. Chapter 2970. Chaos Divine Flame, what are you being so smug about? The Chaos Divine Earth said angrily as soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat has been using you to refine pills and is familiar with you, he would have been able to sense the fire elemental profundity. You're able to help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity in 3 hours? The Chaos Divine Flame's words belittled the Chaos Divine Earth as though helping Duan Lingtian to comprehend the earth elemental profundity in one night was not worth mentioning. How could the Chaos Divine Earth endure such humiliation? Alas, the Chaos Divine Flame remained calm in the face of the Chaos Divine Earth's anger. The process isn't important. I only care about the results. If you want to be my boss, you have to at least surpass me in a certain aspect. However, based on the current situation, you can't even help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity as quickly as I can. How are you qualified to be my boss? A hint of disdain could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it spoke. You. The Chaos Divine Flame was so angry that it was at a loss for words. After all, it did not know how to respond to the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Old Flame, you're really ruthless. Little Two is such a talkative child, but he fell asleep because of you. The profound Divine Metal's voice rang in the air. It was obvious it was taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was no longer on the 5 divine elements in his body. His eyes were as bright as the stars as he thought to himself, as it turns out, the Chaos Divine Flame can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Moreover, it can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity. Once I obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll be able to comprehend it. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became excited. At the same time, he was eager to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability in the near future. The royal auction will only be held when night falls. Let's take a look around the solitary nation's royal palace. Let's go to the library first. When Duan Lingtian remembered the imperial family's auction would only begin at night and it was still early in the morning, he called out to Liu Guanglin and both of them left the courtyard together. I'm sure Jiolong is busy comprehending the wind-type king-grade divine ability right now. I won't disturb him. After taking a look at Huang Jiolong's residence, Duan Lingtian brought Liu Guanglin out of the palace the solitary nation's imperial family had arranged for them. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's, Dun, and Duan Lingtian, Huang, Di and, Sir, the people living in that palace are from the East Ming nation. They are here for the golden nematode that will be auctioned tonight. Liu Guanglin said when Duan Lingtian looked over. The nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He had come to the imperial family's auction to obtain the golden nematode, one of the main ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation had personally asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode. If the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation had not asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode, the emperor of the solitary nation would have given it to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation as a favor. However, since the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation wanted the golden nematode as well, the emperor of the solitary nation could only put the golden nematode up for auction. This way, it would be fair and they would not offend each other. After all, it was not wise to offend the emperors of the other nations for the sake of a favor. While Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin were looking at the people from the East Ming nation, the people from the East Ming nation also noticed the duo. These two people are from the supporting Fall nation. Don't tell me that purple-clad young man is the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Lingtian? It should be him. I heard that there are only 2 young men among the 5 people from the supporting Fall nation. One of them is Huang Jiolong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's passage city. I've met Huang Jiolong before so I know him. He's not Huang Jiolong, as the people from the East Ming nation discussed among themselves. Their eyes finally landed on one of the 2 young men who was leading the group. The young man was dressed in a grey robe. He had a cold expression on his face and a sheathed sword on his waist. He looked like a cold-faced swordsman. Duan Lingtian? Hearing the discussions of the group of people behind him, the originally indifferent eyes of the grey-clothed youth flickered for a rare moment. In the next moment, swoosh. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine consciousness followed the grey-clad young man. In just a blink of an eye, his divine consciousness told him that the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It's really him. He was certain the young man who had walked out of the supporting Fall nation's temporary residence was the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation. It's him. When the grey-clad young man discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, the silver-clad young man beside him had also discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like he's indeed Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old, but he defeated Huang Jiolong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's passage city, with just one move. Huang Jiolong is considered one of the strongest peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. He's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he defeated Huang Jiolong with just one move. Most importantly, according to the news from the supporting Fall nation, he didn't use the power of the law. The silver-clad young man looked at the grey-clad young man next to him and asked, "Brother Ju Yun, do you think this is possible?" A hint of fear could be seen in the silver-clad young man's eyes as he looked at the grey-clad young man. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the grey-clad young man who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the East Ming nation had been defeated with just one move. From the beginning until the end, the grey-clad young man did not even draw his sword. He only used his celestial origin energy and the profundity of the law to form a sword and sent the grey-clad young man flying. Even though the grey-clad young man had held back, the grey-clad young man was still severely injured. It took him half a month to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the grey-clad young man was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and he was not even 100 years old. From that moment on, the grey-clad young man had replaced him as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the East Ming nation. The grey-clad young man was completely convinced by the grey-clad young man's strength. The world is full of wonders. It's not impossible for a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to defeat a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any profundity of the law. The grey-clad young man's eyes were calm, and his voice was emotionless. The grey-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun, the genius sectless cultivator who had risen to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. Brother Ju-Yun, are you confident you can win if you fight him? The silver-clad young man asked. I don't know much about him, so I can't say I'm confident I can defeat him. Ling Jueyun replied indifferently. It seems like the grey-clad young man is the genius sectless cultivator who appeared in the East Ming nation not long ago. He's really not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun from afar. When he discovered the grey-clad young man was not even 100 years old, he could not help but speculate. In fact, he felt a sense of camaraderie when he saw the grey-clad young man. I wonder if he's a celestial who has reincarnated. If he is, he must have been extraordinary in his past life. If he isn't, his innate talent is heaven-defying, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Guanglin, let's go. After retracting his gaze from Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian called out to Liu Guanglin before he led the way into the imperial palace. Duan Lingtian's destination was the library in the imperial palace of the solitary nation. The library was a library that the solitary nation opened to its guests. There were many books, some memory celestial talismans, and some floating image pearls inside. The floating image pearls in the library recorded the duels between powerhouses. However, most of the floating image pearls recorded the duels between powerhouses below the Celestial King realm. Even if there were floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm, they were only Celestial Kings who had yet to comprehend the profundities of the laws. The solitary nation had a few floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. This was because those were valuable items that the solitary nation's imperial palace was unwilling to reveal. In fact, the imperial palace of the solitary nation also had floating image pearls that recorded the duels between celestial dukes who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. Brother Ju-Yun, do you want me to challenge him and the people from the supporting Fall Nation to a duel on your behalf? If he loses to you, the supporting Fall Nation will forfeit the bid for the golden nematode. The silver-clad young man narrowed his eyes and asked for Ling Jueyun's opinion when he saw Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin leaving. What if I lose? Ling Jueyun asked indifferently. Lose? The silver-clad young man's mouth twitched. He did not expect the arrogant Ling Jueyun would say such a thing. Moreover, his opponent was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The group of people standing behind the two young men was also confused. They looked at Ling Jueyun's back in surprise. It was as though they had just met Ling Jueyun for the first time. I'm Ling Jueyun, a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I don't care who it is, as long as they can withstand a sword strike from me, I'll admit defeat. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the young man's arrogant words were out of his mind. However, today, the young man actually said he might lose to the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. This was unbelievable. Chapter 2971. In the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace. After revealing his identity, Duan Lingtian brought Liu Guanglin into the library. Guanglin, since you're here, you can look through the things that interest you. There's no need to follow me. After entering the library, Duan Lingtian noticed that Liu Guanglin's eyes lit up when he saw the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls on the shelves. He could tell that Liu Guanglin was also interested in the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library of the solitary nation. Thank you, my lord. Liu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely before he began to wander around the library. There were thousands of books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. It would take at least a few years to finish reading all of them. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Liu Guanglin only had a day to read all of them. Therefore, they could only browse selectively to learn more about the books. Duan Lingtian's figure shuttled back and forth in the library. Duan Lingtian glanced at the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. Detailed explanation of the laws and profundities. After a while, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a shabby and ancient book. He reached out and picked it up. After picking it up, Duan Lingtian discovered that apart from the cover and the first few pages, there was not a single complete page in the back of the book. Some pages were only left with 10 to 20% of them. Only a few words could be seen. Although the book was shabby, Duan Lingtian continued to read it with great interest. This was because he discovered that the shabby book recorded some of the profundities of the laws. For example, the various profundities of the law of earth were recorded in the book. The fundamental profound meaning of the law of earth was the element of earth. Other profound meanings included gravitational space, ground evasion, vibration, recovery. Because the page was incomplete, Duan Lingtian could only see this part of the profound meaning of the law of earth. The fundamental profound meaning of the laws of fire was the fire elemental essence. Other profound meanings included explosion, corrosion, fire elemental technique, but because the page was incomplete, only these profound meanings of the laws of fire could be seen. As for the law of metal, it was even more incomplete. Only the fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, and another profundity called the metal body technique were visible. The laws of wind are rather complete. There are 7 or 8 profound meanings recorded. Duan Lingtian flipped through the books in his hands, feeling dazzled. All sorts of profound mysteries of the laws were displayed before his eyes. The laws of wood, the laws of water, the laws of light, the laws of darkness, the laws of ice, the laws of thunder. Of course, the pages that recorded some of the laws and profundities were incomplete, and only the basic profundities could be seen. Every law has its own fundamental profundity. For example, the law of wood has the wood elemental essence, the law of darkness has the dark elemental essence, and the law of thunder has the thunder elemental essence. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and slowly digested the information he had just read. To a certain extent, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were considered profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Apart from the fundamental profundities, the other profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. As it turns out, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities can only help one comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the rudimentary stage. If one wants to progress further, one must find a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the initial stage. If one wants to comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the mastery stage, one must not only obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, but one must also obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from one another. Moreover, if one has mastered some complementary profundities of the laws of heaven and earth, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information that the book had given him. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information. During this day, Duan Lingtian's greatest gain was the information about the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, he had gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, evening had arrived. "My lord, it's about time for us to leave." When Liu Guanglin arrived next to Duan Lingtian was looking at a mirror image pearl that had been recorded. In the mirror image, two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were fighting. Both of them had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the laws of heaven and earth. One of them had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. The other person had comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Both of them had similar techniques. However, in the end, the person who had comprehended the law of fire emerged victorious. Throughout the entire process, Duan Lingtian came up with an idiom: fire is fueled by wind. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of fire and had fused with the fire elemental profundity's celestial origin energy with the fire elemental profundity collided with his opponent's celestial origin energy that had fused with the wind elemental profundity, the wind elemental profundity's celestial origin energy soared and defeated his opponent. It seems like the person who has comprehended the law of fire will have an advantage over the person who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After withdrawing his divine consciousness from the floating image pearl, Duan Lingtian left the library of the Solitary Nation's imperial palace with Liu Guanglin. After leaving the library, Duan Lingtian brought Liu Guanglin back to the temporary residence that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for them. At this time, Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jiolong, and old Mo were already waiting in the courtyard. "Brother Duan, you went out?" Huang Jiolong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian returning from outside. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I had nothing to do this morning, so I went to the library of the Solitary Nation's imperial palace to take a look. I thought you'd stay in seclusion like me and focus on comprehending the fundamental profundities of the celestial methods and divine abilities." Huang Jiolong smiled. "However, although I've heard that the fundamental profundities of the laws are easier to comprehend compared to other profundities, I still couldn't figure it out even after a day and night." Huang Jiolong shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. "Me." Huang Yuanfei scoffed. "You're trying to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, in just a day and a night? Even in the entire profound nether mansion, there might not be anyone with such innate talent," Huang Yuanfei said. Huang Jiolong smiled wryly. He did not expect his words would incur his father's displeasure. It must be because he didn't have the chance to comprehend the law of wind himself. "He must be displeased when he sees my son comprehending the law of wind," Huang Jiolong comforted himself inwardly. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Huang Yuanfei was unaware of his son's thoughts. If he knew, he would have slapped his son twice. How could he criticize his own father like this? "Brother Duan, did you try to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, last night?" Huang Jiolong did not dare to argue with Huang Yuanfei, so he shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "How was it?" Huang Jiolong asked. "It went well," Duan Lingtian said. "Successful?" When Huang Jiolong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he assumed that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo naturally had similar thoughts. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Earth elemental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. "City Lord Huang, Elder Mo." After a while, a loud voice came from outside, and a tall figure walked in. The newcomer was clad in silver light armor and had a tall and sturdy build. This person was none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards, He Feng, who had led them to the Solitary Nation's palace a few days ago. "Commander He." Huang Yuanfei nodded at He Feng, while Elder Mo only nodded at He Feng as a form of greeting. "Where is Bai Gang?" At this moment, He Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong before he looked around and discovered one person was missing from the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation. He followed Senior Bai Zhanyu back to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Huang Yuanfei replied. "What reward does Senior Bai Zhanyu intend to give him?" He Feng's eyes widened slightly. He knew Bai Gang had returned with Bai Zhenyu to receive his reward for finding a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan's branch. The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation had sent a message to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiolong had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. When the Emperor of the Solitary Nation learned Bai Gang was going to hand the royal-grade celestial sword to the Flying Tiger clan's branch, he knew Bai Gang was going to be lucky. Senior Bai Zhenyu has promised to let him enter the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch. Huang Yuanfei smiled. Bai Gang was his brother. With such a great opportunity, he was happy for Bai Gang. What? He Feng's expression changed slightly as he gasped. The cleansing pool? The cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion? It's said to be able to help a copper flying tiger evolve into a silver flying tiger in just 10 years. That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That fellow. He'll be even more proud of himself in the future. He Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. However, his eyes shone brightly. It was clear he was happy for Bai Gang. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.